Alrighty. Well, it was a good thing I set this thing up to be starting at 2 o'clock in the morning because I fell asleep until about maybe 30 minutes ago. I was, I fucking, what up, Emmett? Hell, this today had been fucking chaotic as shit. Well, it wasn't actually. It was actually not chaotic at all. Right as I was about to leave, I found out that actually the whole plant had been chaotic. I was just lucky and I was in my own little space where nothing affected me, which was nice because I hate being part of that drama. All right, let me get this shit started. I was tempted to start this on apocalyptic, but I was playing this game on my own, and there's some fucking bullshit that happens about 2 hours into the game. So fuck apocalyptic. Not doing it. I'm talking about some one-shot bullshit.
Since the dawn of time, the armies of heaven and hell have waged an endless war.
Now this will be interesting because when I played this game the first time when I was a kid, I had no like understanding who the demons and angels were that they talk about. Now I do.
Threaten the very fabric of the universe. In time, heaven and hell came to honor the council and its laws, for none were beyond the swift and terrible justice of the council's enforcers. A fearsome brotherhood known as the Four Horsemen. Amid the turmoil, the first humans emerged. The council foretold that these weak but cunning creatures would someday be integral to the balance.
Who gives a fuck about the humans? Nobody cares.
The third kingdom was named. The kingdom of
Humans are gay.
By order of the council, a truce was forged between heaven and hell. The great pact was bound by 7 seals to be broken at the appointed time, when man's kingdom stood ready for the end war. A battle that would bring balance and determine the ultimate fate of the 3 kingdoms.
And I will say this: when I was a kid, this was like the teenage version of Legend of Zelda. So I really liked it when it came out. I don't even remember when it came out. It had to have been like the early 2010s, maybe in 2008 or 9 or something. So I remember playing another game called Prototype around this time too. I wonder if they got Prototype on fucking Steam. I doubt it, but that would be cool. I don't worry about it. It's just a few demons and angels and shit. It's just the apocalypse coming. This actually should be good. You guys should be happy that the apocalypse is coming. Everything's going to be set straight, but you know. All right, well, you might want to get out of there now. All right, maybe this isn't so great after all. think a fucking bus is gonna save you against these fucking demons? You saw one the size of a house. Yeah, I was gonna. It's all right. So I'm already kind of used to this game, so 'cause I played it by myself for a little while. Man, shit. I don't need chaos for him. All right, fine. Well, I had like all right, the humans need to get out of the way. Sorry, humans. You should have moved. Yeah, I'm here. Although this is the thing, right? If I'm war, it should be like a demon, right?
Judgment approaches. The horseman approaches.
I mean, that's what you say. I don't understand. Well, here's the thing, right? I should be fighting the angels. I don't know why I'm fighting the demons. I should be a demon. Yeah, my whole day at work was, well, it's not a whole day. The very end of my day. Okay, I don't know why I keep. Yeah, my day was chaotic. That shit was retarded. I don't really, I honestly give a shit. They're probably gonna try to make me actively. I'm probably not gonna do it. I just don't see the point in it. Because I'm not gonna be the lead person because I don't plan on staying at that job for a whole lot longer. I don't. It's just stupid shit.
For the light. Your justice is at hand.
Come here, you bitch. Now, oh my god, dude. I don't know how I cut off your wings by slicing your face, but we'll go with that. This is the thing, I'll probably catch up to where I was at. Or I don't know, I think I actually beat the entire dungeon and all I did was blindly roam around, not really paying attention to what I was doing, so I'll probably get lost in there again. But thank you. Now, where am I supposed to go? Forward? Like, this is the thing, too. Like, the Darksiders 1 is okay. Darksiders 2 is really good. Darksiders 3 I never played. So, I'll probably just save the first time I play Darksiders 3 for on stream. And, like, I am going to go back to Hollow Knight. I just wanted to take a break from it today, because I'm just tired. And next week, I think I'll probably start make a channel on my Discord, which I already have a shitload of channels on my Discord, right? I've actually got too many. I need to start slimming them down. But I think I am going to make a channel in the Discord to recommend rappers for that series I'm going to do, because hopefully this weekend my internet won't be absolutely fucked and I'll be able to do it. I don't even know why I'm fighting most of these fuckers. I don't need to.
Bring him down.
How about you kiss my ass?
We will not yield.
What are you throwing at?
Justice is at hand.
Like, this game also really hates health potions. They don't like you having health potions at all. They'll make you spend a shitload of souls or whatever to use health potions. So, you're going to see me die sometimes because it's just cheaper than buying fucking health potions. I was actually thinking about playing Dark Souls, but I was like, I'm too rusty at that game. And plus, that game only takes, it used to only take like maybe 2 or 3 hours to beat. So, just one stream I beat entirety of Dark Souls. I don't really feel ahead. But I'm also like rusty at it, so I didn't want to do it. So it'd probably be like 4 or 5 hours. Still don't know how loud the game is. I didn't watch the cutscenes when I was playing it. What the fuck is going on? Why do the angels look like people? Well, that takes care of that. I don't understand how they can get bit and that hurts them. But I'm hitting them in the face with a giant sword, and nothing's happening.
Abaddon. What is this?
Abaddon.
Where are my brothers? This cannot be. The final seal.
My lord!
I don't think that really would hurt them much, would it?
Happened. The seventh seal was not broken.
Abaddon! What in heaven's name have you done?
I answer the call.
Well, I don't know what the fuck this dude's on. Why? Like, most of these bosses in this game are super easy. They just like the bosses aren't the fucking thing in this game that sucks. The thing that sucks about this game is like the fucking regular, like, little infantry they have that completely will fuck you up. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, just take two entire health bars when they show up. Fuck you. Where's the other car? Fuck you. Like, there was one boss that I was fighting throughout this whole dungeon that was getting hyped up to it like a motherfucker. And all you have to do is kick this damn little trolley cart into its face like 500 times. And you could just sit right where it spawns and just continuously kick it, kick it, kick it. The boss doesn't do shit. Alright, come on, buddy. Can we just, like, end this? Throw the cars. Throw the fucking cars. Ow. Oh, yeah, you're really scary, buddy. Get fucked. Someone's fucking blowing the horn of Gondor, I guess. I don't know what you laughing about, bitch. I took your eye.
The law has been broken. And so have you, horseman.
Well, that's not good.
The law is clear. When the seventh seal is broken, 4 horsemen shall ride forth to punish the wicked. Be they sons of men, lords of heaven, or the dregs of hell. All upon the earth will be judged, and the pact forged anew. You forget your post, horseman. You forget the law. No call was given.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? I just showed up in the middle of the city.
You were found under his black banner if the claims are true. To hell with your claims. The seals were broken. I was summoned. Then where are the other horsemen? Were they not summoned as well?
I don't fucking know.
The 7 seals are hidden, as they have been since the pact was forged eons ago. All of them intact. There was no call. You aided the Dark Ones, broke a sacred covenant that has doomed mankind, and threatened the balance. Do you deny it? When I rode, heaven and hell were already at war. Abaddon was there. He knew something. Abaddon fell, fighting off the chaos you unleashed. I fought powerless against the demons, and still you accuse me? Your defeat proves nothing. Likely the Destroyer cast you aside when he was finished with you. You have defiled the law, horseman. You will be punished.
Man, it was...
I
Okay.
serve only the council. Only the balance. As
The balance. Oh,
horseman
no.
always
Dualism.
has.
That's gay.
Send me back. I will punish the ones responsible. How? What hope do you have against the Destroyer's armies? You are powerless. Then I will fail. and the demons will have carried out your sentence. Very well. You will return to the
Well, that was easy.
but you will be watched. Come forth.
Why the fuck are you sticking your hand in a damn pool of lava?
The Watcher is bound to you. It will ensure your loyalty.
Remember that, or I will really get under your skin.
The hell are you talking about, dude? That explains why I had that little black ghost follow me around everywhere.
Rise, war, and arm yourself.
Alright, so I gotta go destroy the destroyer. They sent me the fucking ghost, I guess, and they sent a ghost to go with me. Like, I don't understand, like,
The angry blade thirsts for destruction.
they really seem to get their timeline fucked up, because there was a lot of shit going on by the time I showed up. I'll say that. Now, this is one of the annoying things about this game. The sword only gets stronger the more you use it.
Some
You have to actually, like,
easily bought, then
you actually have to fight the little bitches that chase you around. Because if you don't, then your fucking sword never gets stronger. When you get to bosses and stuff, you're just hitting with a fucking pool noodle. Thanks for the souls. Now let me out of here.
seek the demon Fulgrim. Few can afford his services, but perhaps you can strike a bargain. The council confers with demons now, does it?
I mean, they're looking pretty demonic.
Some demons have fallen from the destroyer's favor. Fulgrim is one such outcast. He has long sought an audience with us. How long have I been here?
Well, I guess they really didn't like you thinking about that, huh?
Looks like our trajectory was a little off.
Okay, shut the fuck up, dude.
Not
Or I
so
have to
fast, horse.
fucking cut off your face with a sword. Excuse me?
Let's lay down a few ground rules. Until this is over, you're a dog on a leash. I say bark, you bark. And
How
if I
about you
catch
shut the fuck up and let me go kill some demons?
Understand? Or should I teach you to play dead?
You can try, bitch.
Good boy.
Fuck you. Ah, shit. I have to remember how to do this. Oh, I think it's here. Okay. Oh no, not the zombies. I can't believe the most horrifying things I could have imagined.
The welcome party.
You know, I just cut off a demon's entire head a few minutes ago, but
War? Why don't you introduce yourself?
I don't think we need an introduction. I think I'm just gonna leave. No, it's not gonna let me. Oh man, really intimidating, guys. Like, could you try to fight a little bit? Man, I might as well tell you these. I need 500 souls anyway. That's the only annoying part of this beginning area is the fucking having to collect a shitload of souls. Okay. Thanks for that. That was really terrifying, buddy. What is the... I need to actually see what the volume is like. I hadn't checked that yet. That was really terrifying, buddy. Yeah, the volume is a little low. Yeah, that'd be a little bit better. Alright, come on, boys. Oh, you bitch. Oh, my lord, dude. Oh, God. Move, bitch! Hell, I'm getting a lot more souls than I originally did. Maybe I want to farm the entire area in the next area, you know. That'd be nice. Come here, motherfucker. Oh, I gotta fix something real quick. There. What's this? Yeah, no shit. Draggable objects. Thank you for the tutorial there. Where would I need to drag this to? The only thing that's kind of annoying is that, like, in the first 2 or 3 hours of this game, they give you a shitload of stuff. Like, I feel naked right now. Holy shit, I almost fell. From the easiest jump on planet fucking Earth. Okay. All right, is there? Are we done here yet? Fantastic. Jesus Christ, dude. God damn. Can't even see. Okay, there we go. $10 souls for killing that motherfucker? It actually been like re-going through a lot of the stuff that I've had watched and learned about when I was first introduced to Christianity, I guess, or first took it seriously at least. And I have actually found that I've forgotten a lot of shit. And like, but I kept remembering, or I know I had a dream about Josiah Trenum driving me somewhere, and what I remember about the dream is that I was being driven somewhere. I was asking him to take me home, and he was putting like in the address box a bunch of, or just a bunch of ones, like 4 ones. It's supposedly that's like an angelic number, so I've always assumed that what it means is it's saying Josiah Trenum is an angel to guide me somewhere. And I kept wondering why it was Josiah Trenum, because I thought it was like I was just thinking about it today. I was wondering why it was Josiah Trenum. And I thought it was just because of orthodoxy or whatever, but I'm actually wondering, I don't know.
How long was I gone?
In Earth years, about a century. Long enough for the last
Jesus
of the
Christ, dude.
breathers to die off.
Then, the Third Kingdom is lost.
Come on now, look at all the zombies around. They're cool. They're still here. There's some humans around. You want to talk to the dude or what?
I almost didn't hear you coming.
Vulgrim.
The council finally took me seriously. If so, you're surely not empty-handed. For this
Okay, come on,
shall be
dude.
the
Just
briefest of
do what did it.
introductions.
Come on, shut the fuck up. Just give me what I need. Dude. Don't just give him fucking souls for free.
There were a few young ones.
Dude, shut the fuck up before I, like, cut your head off and throw you down a pit.
You seek the power behind the one called Destroyer. You will find the answers and the font of his power.
Can you put a shirt on, please?
Oh, such haste to die. You aren't even a shadow of your former self. You wouldn't last a heartbeat.
How about I slap you right in your dumb
Besides,
fucking mouth?
The way to the tower is shrouded by demon magics. Even I do not know the way.
Who does?
Feed my hunger, and I'll feed your curiosity.
The hell are you talking about, dude? Oh, and it took... Yeah, you took like fucking 200 souls for free there, you bitch. Anyways, let's save. I haven't saved in a while. Ignore that 8-hour game time. That was me falling asleep. Fuck off. I don't even have any fucking wrath or anything. Anyways, as I was like rewatching some of that stuff, I began to realize I was always wondering why it was Josiah Trenum that was being shown. Thought it was just, you know, he's Orthodox, I'm supposed to become Orthodox. Maybe there's more to it now, but the thing with me, it's like, I've always taken marriage and stuff super seriously. Like, throughout my entire life, I have. I think that's something that I've done. I don't know. Favorite game franchise ever? It's alright. I haven't played it in a long time. Fuck you. Oh shit! Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Well, that was easy. I know there's a lot of random shit around here. And the biggest thing that annoys me about this game is there's no fucking sprint. These areas are huge, too. Give me that. I think there's a bunch. I think there's some health shards and shit in here that I'm gonna grab.
These ancient gates have a mind of their own, but with this, you may reach an understanding. Beyond the gate, seek out Samael's prison. Once, Samael was close in power to the Dark Prince himself.
Yeah, Samael is
Even say,
pretty sure like that.
you will
The
find
angel that went into
he is
the
no friend
Garden of
to
Eden
a
to tempt
destroyer.
Eve.
Seek me out when you've gathered more souls. I will make it worth your while.
Alright, that's cool. Let's go grab some shit from in here. I know there's some random stuff. I don't have to kill anything now, though. I'll just rush through it. Shut the fuck up. Oh, cool. Oh, they're so scary and intimidating. Oh, no. Blocking. I don't need to block. I just need to fucking attack. Blocking is for bitches. And for challenges only. That's just a health thing. I'll come back after this part, because I'll probably need that health in a minute. What the fuck? Put the damn thing, put the can down. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm trying to perform an execution, you picking up a fucking can. Okay, you need to chill out. Chill out. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh my lord! Motherfucker almost one-shot me. Would you fucks get out of the way? Holy shit, dude. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, fuck. Wasn't the one-shot move at least. Ooh, oh, no, no, no. Alright, thank you. See, it's also a good thing that I played this game a little bit before I started streaming it too, because I got my ass beat in that part. Surprised my Chaos Blade hasn't upgraded yet. Or maybe there wasn't any extra shit near me. It's just dolls. Whoops, or whatever. It doesn't matter. I could have sworn there was like health shards or something around here, but there's a little chest in there. Hold on, guys. Let me open this chest first. Appreciate your patience. What do you want? I don't even know why I'm killing all this shit. Why? What am I doing? Just go blow the horn. Have to equip it. Yeah, I know how to do this. Hey there, K2.
Horn call of my ancestors, awakened at last from the dreamless sleep. Then
How'd you...
we
What?
are free.
None are free while the destroyer still breathes.
Yeah, you could help me out a lot, actually. Look at you. You're like a fucking tower.
The Destroyer, yes.
Now, why don't you come help me beat the shit out of the boss?
Though enemies we remain, so his enemies we call friend.
Okay, so that means you're gonna help?
Pass now, friend. Must bring victory. Must bring freedom.
Yeah, you could help me a lot by coming and help me take out the boss, but where are you going?
If that was the gate, I can't wait.
Would you shut up, you annoying little fuck? Damn, that was a pretty good jump for how heavy he has to be. So he's just, okay, I guess I'll take care of it myself then, you asshole. Of course, I already know where I'm going, and I went the wrong way. Jesus Christ, dude. Chill out. Fuck off. Ooh, shit. Get fucked. Alright, let me remember how to swim real quick. Here we go. I think this is what I was thinking of when I thought the fucking camera. Shit! Yeah, this is a health shard. Good lord. Okay, there we go. Alright, okay, how about this, fucker? How about that? Fucking hit me again. I don't even know why I'm killing these things. I can just run past them. Now, there's a lot of random shit here that I can't get yet. Shit. Keep thinking this is fucking Hollow Knight and I can dash in midair. I think the only thing that's here is fighting Abaddon. Or, I think that's his name. Abaddon or Samael, I don't remember. Yeah, I did.
Do you know what's imprisoned here?
Okay, now we're speaking English.
You should fear, horseman. Once you were strong, but now you
How the
are
fuck do
weak
you know
and
that?
You are alone. The Destroyer knows of your coming. Even now, he moves his legions against you.
Then I'll make this quick.
True. So if I'm weak and I beat your bitch ass, what does that make you? Jesus. Okay, chill out. Good Lord.
I will take your head.
Then do it, bitch. Because I just fucked your boys up. Again? Alright, chill out.
I will take your head.
Well, come on then, bitch. Why don't you quit sending your boys over here? You fucking try. Get fucked. Oh shit, wait. You're actually that pathetic? I could just do this? Okay, well. Well, this is gonna be easy as fuck. Calling me weak, you can't even fight a horn. Why don't you call your boys now, huh?
You will pay for that.
Man, calling me weak. Get fucked. This is easy as fuck. Man, I can't believe you were talking all that shit. What a fucking bitch.
Over here!
Nice, I can tell that the blood is running into there. Can I?
War. Are you here to play executioner?
Yeah, I executed the shit out of that dude.
I should have sent all 4 of you.
Oh, whatever.
No interest in killing you, Samael.
Ah, the Destroyer. He's beyond your reach, beyond mine.
Has prison made you a coward?
Sorry, did I hit a nerve, bitch?
Perhaps there is a way, but you will need to get inside the Destroyer's spire. The tower is guarded by 4 of his chosen. Bring me their hearts and ask me no questions.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Are my own.
Where can I find these guardians?
First, seek the Twilight Cathedral, where the Bat Queen Tiamat has gone to roost. The whole of her domain is a blistered inferno. By land, you will never reach it. Find the high ground with this, and bring me her still beating heart.
Yeah, let's just do what a demon says. It always works out great. Should probably go ahead and grab that shop. I know there's a shop over here. I'll go grab it real quick. Alright, fuck off. Nobody cares. Excuse me. I just want the shop. I think it's here. Yep. Alright, cool.
Samael has returned you in one piece.
Yeah, I don't need your back sass. I just want to upgrade my sword.
You may come into possession of certain items that are of particular interest to me.
Cool. I don't give a shit.
Artifacts of the
Who
Fallen
cares?
Legion. If you discover any
Oh my
Legion
god.
artifacts,
Why is this
bring them
unskippable?
to me.
I don't
will
care.
make it worth your while.
Kiss my ass.
You are as wise as you are powerful.
That's all I needed, I think. Yeah. Weapon enhancements. What do I... Go ahead and save real quick. I mean, I'll probably be able to kill this bat bitch before we're done here. Jesus Christ, dude, that hurt. Now, fuck off. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Fuck off. Oh my god! Okay, that was fine. Yeah, let's let go. Thank you. What the hell is this? Y'all have fun. Alright, maybe I'll be able to get through the fucking... I'm actually starting to get tired now. Probably able to get through... Fuck off. Probably be able to get through these challenges before I start getting super tired. I'm gonna do something else for a little while. Don't worry about the bat lady later.
I have come for the Destroyer.
My brother spoke of your coming.
How the fuck did you guys talk?
A powerful curse holds me now. I cannot help you.
Any curse can be broken.
Yes, perhaps. These
Alright, whatever. I understand. Go break the seals.
These shadow lurkers hide and kill them all. They can't be that hard to find.
just have to remember. I have to be careful because I accidentally skipped this shit. Okay, just I have to kill him in midair.
Surely this is no challenge for the likes of you.
Well, okay, no, it's not. Shut the fuck up. Like, I... Well, I didn't mean to kill you like that. Whatever. Oh, no. Fuck off. There. Let me through.
Now that was entertaining.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
it again.
It sounds like the... Is the voice actor... I think I know who that is now. I think I know why his voice is pissing me off so much now. Fantastic. And what is this one to just kill a bunch of shit? That's easy as fuck too. You don't have to show me this cutscene over and over again. Alright, whatever. I don't understand why they let you skip through like dialogue, but they won't you skip through shit like that. Alright, fuck off. Whoa, Jesus Christ! There, I'll be through. Hey, I need to do something real quick before I forget about it. Alright, did that. I've been meaning to do that for a little bit.
That was entertaining. Can we do it again?
I bet you kiss my ass, dude. Actually, don't, because you'd probably do it. I'm in a second wind now. We might be able to kill that bat. I don't know what the hell woke me up. Probably this fucking little bitch who keeps... This little bitch-ass ghost. Like the most... he's like the second most annoying version of Navi, because there's no such thing as anything more annoying than Navi. Navi is a little fucking cunt. Oh, whoops. Okay, well. A little bit of a TOS there. It's alright. Whoops. Sorry, whenever I think of Navi, I can't control myself. I just get angry. Alright, coach. Come on, let's go. Where you at? Alright, you guys got to spawn a little quicker, please. Probably shouldn't have used that. There'll be something in a minute. Okay, you bitch. Oh, shit! Yep, I knew that was... Oh, no. Jesus! Did he just steal my kill? Holy fuck, that would have killed me right there. Where's the health pack? Oh no! I can't even see! I can't see! Okay, there. We're done. Fuck off.
Excellent.
Well, I was actually trying to think of what I could watch tonight, and there's something I was gonna watch, but I don't think I'm going to. I think that I think I'm gonna let the damn let it just be for a bit before I actually even maybe talk about it. But there was something I was listening to at work. I can't remember. I have to find the video again, but alright, what do I gotta do? Yeah. I had to do executions. This is super exciting. Okay, Jesus Christ, dude, there's a lot of dudes. Oh no. Not you again. Oh wait, shit. He just stands there. Oh no. Oh fuck. Come here. Can I use this again? Ah, fuck off. Alright, fuck you. Another one? I hear it. Fuck. No. Oh my god, dude. Okay, there's a bat. Come here. Come here, bitch. There. I remember these, like, giving me 5 minutes to do these missions. I don't know why it's went down to 3, but whatever. Block counter. Cool, thanks.
I always knew you had it in you.
Would you shut up? Why don't you go... Why don't you go fuck with Batman or something? Leave me the fuck alone. I will say one thing about this game. I don't know, I don't remember a lot about it. But from what I've played so far, and from what I remember, a lot of this... Would you fuck off? Thank you. But, it's kind of, like, to get into the dungeons and shit, it's just kind of repetitive. You'd have to do, like, 4 of those challenges before you go into each dungeon. It's annoying. Alright, give me some shit. Need this.
You are as wise as you are powerful.
And this. And this.
Excellent choice.
Should probably get stone skin at some point.
Greetings.
Because I think that's a lot of my problem that I had with the other bosses, is I kept using just the blade spell. I never actually upgraded, or never got another spell. Let me save real quick. Like, something I found out just playing through a little bit on my own is that fucking scythe sucks ass. It is, like, pointless to get. It's, like, actually pointless. Let me in. will say, strangely enough, my internet's been pretty consistent today. I might actually be able to get through the fucking... What the hell? Enhancement increases 4 damage with environmental weapon attack. I don't... Is that something that has to go on my sword? Yeah, I don't give a shit then. I like the sword being stronger. Fuck off. I need to remember that crystal's there. There's like a bunch of random shit that's spread out everywhere that has like health shards and shit. Fuck off. I don't care. They're literally just annoying little bitches that I won't even tolerate. Yeah, you're gonna have to force me to fight. Jesus Christ, dude. Your turn. Oh wait, somebody told me that my stream just never ended yesterday. I don't know if it's even still, the Hollow Knight stream is still going from yesterday. But if it is, I have no way of ending it then. I've looked through it, I could not find that it was still streaming. I don't know what the hell is going on there. I think there's another health shard around here somewhere. I don't remember. And I actually don't care enough to go find it. There's a fast travel point right here, though. Kiss my ass. Here, I'll just fucking slam you on the ground. How about that? Give me some health. Yeah, there's the health shard. I knew there was one around here somewhere. Hell, I was actually thinking of buying like Wind Waker and stuff for my GameCube, because I do have a GameCube, and I do have the ability to stream from my GameCube. I was thinking about getting some of those older, because I have all the Metroid Primes and some of the older games that I had when I was a kid. I was thinking about streaming some of those at some point too, but I don't know. Because to be real with y'all, I don't really like a whole lot of modern games. They're kind of gay. There's like a handful that come out. Like, there's like 1 or 2 a year that come out that's okay. Like, probably Expedition 33 was the best game that came out. in years for me. Fuck off. Alright, so I remember something about this, so we're gonna go ahead and break these cars. Now there's another hell shard already. Kind of insane to put two of them right next to each other like that, but alright. Hell, I don't remember that one, so there's one that I missed my first playthrough. I don't even know if this will actually do anything. But if it did, it would make this part a little less annoying. No cars. See if this even works. But I do have a few other games I'm gonna start playing. This is just gonna be the game that I stream when I'm like actually tired and I don't, so I can keep. Oh my god, I didn't do anything. Oh wait, no, it did. It did. No, it didn't. I didn't put that car there. I destroyed all the cars. There's no cars. Where did that car come from? Okay, well, now there's no cars. I guess he had to spawn in one. How about you take a car, bitch? Oh, fuck me. Why did it do that? No, there it goes. Yeah, that didn't do shit. That fucking hurt. Wow, that was easy. I guess I'm just better at the game now. That shit was way more annoying the first time. But I do have like a bunch of other, like Hollow Knight's probably going to be the game I play when I'm at my peak of not being exhausted. So it's probably going to be a Sunday night game. This is just going to be if I'm too tired and I don't feel like dealing with bullshit. Because these types of games I can play in my damn sleep. Then there's another one that I'm going to start doing, but only when I know a specific person around. So before I actually play that game, I'm just going to be asking if they're going to be here or not. Where's the fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. No, we're not dealing with that. Now, there is... I will say this. There's one part in this fucking game that's just actual, just retarded bullshit that I don't look forward to redoing. And that's when you're going to see me rage. Probably a lot. Because the only reason I made it through the first time was pure fucking luck. I don't even know what the fuck I did to these dudes. Like, I'm not even a demon and they're fucking with me.
This way. It's nothing. Some demon trick. I know what I saw.
He's
Like, by the way, it's taken you guys 100 years to take this place
Sure,
from the
yeah.
demons. Uriel. Uriel's not a woman. There's no fucking such thing as a female angel. What do you... Well,
It's there.
I guess there is,
Beneath the
but...
stench of this place. You can sense it, ancient. From neither the White City nor the Black Depths. Something lost between.
Oh, get fucked.
Hellgod, to arms!
Slay him! Bring him to justice!
Hell, that sounded like Garen. I really don't like fucking shit like this.
We will not yield.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Your justice is at hand.
Alright, settle down. Oh, God. I really hate this shit. Hell, that was a lot easier than I thought. Get fucked.
Bring him to justice.
This is like, I feel like I'm literally playing League of Legends right now. I'm about to fucking rage at my jungler. Okay, can I... Oh, Lord. Oh my God, that hurt. Oh my fucking... No! I need health. I need health. Give me health. Where's my fucking jungler? I need help. I can't farm. Ooh, shit. I don't know why these... I don't know why this is so fucking I have to, like, lock in. The fucking... Okay. This all needs to end right now. How? How? How did that hit me? Well, hell, that was easy. Whatever. Why does this game feel so much easier now? Yeah, can I please be released from this fucking place? Like, this was something that was happening when I was a kid too, just on-rail shooters. I fucking hate on-rail shooters. They're gay. Get me out of here. Okay, fuck off. Okay, can we please get out of... I'm about to fall asleep on this part. Come on now. More? Okay, cool. What did you do? Fly into the fucking ground? Oh, another dragon? Let's go. Can we be done now? Oh, it's not a dragon. That's not a dragon. Thanks for getting me here, though, bud. Alright. We can get this dungeon started.
Guess she wasn't up for having visitors today.
I have to remember this is here too, because fuck off. Thought there was a... Do you guys mind? Like, I'm trying to have a moment here. A lot of random shit around here. I thought there was a fucking... shop. Here we go. A whole ass wrath shard? I didn't even know that they have health shards here. I don't even know if I want this scythe.
See anything you like?
It's so fucking bad, dude.
Did you come all this way to waste my time?
Let's use
As
this.
wise as you are powerful.
What is the Wrath Shard called for that? Fuck you. That's expensive as fuck. Fuck you. Here are my spells. Yeah. I think I'd rather have that. Alright, we should be able to go a little ways through here. I don't think this dungeon is very long. The second dungeon is insanely long for no fucking reason. This dungeon isn't super long. We'll see how fast it goes, and then I may or may not. What? Oh yeah. Cool. The only part that's annoying about this is there's a fucking part where you have to collect 3 swords. It's so fucking stupid. So that's like the only part of the dungeon. Hey man, leave my damn hippogriff alone. He served me pretty well. He was nice. Okay, well, just bit off his face. Well. That's not good. Alright, can I please go? Like, I don't want to sit here and fight you fucks for like 20 years. Come here. You're a bitch. Let me out. Oh my god, dude. Just let me out. Let me out of here. Okay, so we'll do some of this dungeon. I'm not gonna do the whole thing right now. Yeah, I get it. Bombs. Wow, crazy. This is such this is such a crazy fucking aspect of this game. I can't believe they have bombs in it. Wow, that's crazy. I don't know why I'm being such a fucking asshole, but whatever. Fuck this. I'm getting tired. I took a 4 or 5, like a 3 or 4 hour nap. Mad. I think there's a sword up here. I don't remember though. No, there's no sword up here. Cool. Just a box. Kiss my ass, dude. I don't want you here. Wow, you guys are so cool and so strong. Fuck you. I'm out of here. I just can't face you. Oh no, fuck me. What the fuck is going on? Ow, you fucker. If you guys want to fight me, you got the limb. Look, there's a fucking relic there. I want to grab it real quick now. So look, if you guys want to fight me, the rules are you have to. How do I jump? Okay, there. If the rules are, you have to be able to make this jump if you want to fight me. What's up, guys? Oh, I don't have enough wrath. Cool. Okay, can I leave now? Oh, how long are we in? All right, we're. Don't care. Fuck off. Y'all have fun playing with yourselves in there. I'm out of here. Hell, they actually come in here? You stupid bitch. Now you're lost. You can't open doors. You're fucked now. Oh yeah, buddy, you're real scary. Look at all that fucking armor. Oh shit. Okay, that hurt. This is why I got this move. Oh my lord. Thanks for playing, bitch. Okay, fantastic. I can now go through the door. Thank you for letting me know that. Oh my god. Are you fucking serious? Alright, so sorry, I have mild brain damage sometimes. I forget that sometimes I have to press A to jump.
Over here.
Yeah, no shit, dude. I know where I'm going. Alright, you fucker. Just leave me the fuck alone. They're still fucking fighting? Like, why the hell... Why would I even be intimidated by this fucking boss? I can't even kill one bird. Ah, shit. Miss. Alright, come on now. There we go. Alright, got another health bar. Wait. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Get off of me. Oh, sweet. Come here, boy. Come here. Don't try to fly away. Actually, don't know why I jumped down here. I didn't need to. This was a... Okay, fuck off. Oh, shit! Let's ignore that happened. Where'd he go? What? Just give me the fucking bomb, please. Holy shit. How about nah? Okay, well, I got no choice. I got no fucking mana. Alrighty, well, pretty much. The hell, I don't even remember what these things do. Oh yeah, they're items. So this is the good shit. This will let me get in that chest and stuff that I forgot about the first time I played. But it's just a fucking boomerang, but you know, whatever. Just a grown-up version of a boomerang. Alright, there, tutorial over. Can I leave now? No, of course not. What else? Oh, Jesus Christ, can you just stay on the ground and not fly 100 yards of the... Alright, well... There, let me out of here. Oh, God damn it. What do you want? Damn, I thought I blocked. No, that was easy. Jesus Christ, dude, quit. Jeez. Keep that shit to yourself. Are you done yet? Alright, so after this part, we're gonna get to the sword room, and then I'm gonna be done with the game for the night. But, can I please play the game? Then we're gonna... I have to find something, because I usually, like, sit at work and try to figure out something to watch. Today, I didn't do that. Today, at the end of the day, where I could usually have a break or something, I was just getting really pissed off. So instead of looking for stuff to watch, I just decided to get really mad instead. Like, it gave me the tutorial after I already did what I knew what to do. Thank you so much, game. You're so helpful. Alright, so this should be the sword room, I think. Yeah, this is the sword room. Well, we're done with this right now. I could actually probably do one of the sword room things, but I'm not going to. Well, let's see. There was a few things that I saw happening today that I could watch. What the fuck is going on? I don't want... What? Why I have all these random fucking tabs. We'll see how my internet reacts this time to me trying to watch a YouTube video. It's been pretty consistent overall tonight, though, at least. There's this weird Stranger Things goes woke shit that's going on. I don't understand that. This shit's always been gay. You're surprised now? Jesus Christ, dude. Let's see. Well, I'm going to take like a few minute break, 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to get something to eat and drink. And we'll find something to watch. I probably have something. I might just do shorts right now. I do have a lot of shorts that I've built up that I can go through. Because I've been saving those up for one of the React things too. So maybe I'll just do that. But I'll be right back.
This video is
No shit, I didn't unmute myself. My bad. I think I have one thing. That I want to kind of watch. This dude makes a lot of philosophy videos. He's an atheist. Had a lot of that. Like, he makes a lot of philosophy videos. I was listening to him a few days ago talking, and I wanted to add some stuff to say. We'll see if I remember what it is I wanted to say. It's probably be the thing I react, and I'm going to probably go to sleep. I'm fucking tired, dude. But, but I did forget to actually pick up any food. So I'm going to actually grab food, then we're going to get started. I'll go ahead and get this up, though. I'm going to
sponsored by
get the Squarespace shit over there. But I'll be right back. Again, sorry. All right, I'm back. So this is something that I wanted to watch. To be honest, I think I'm gonna actually start switching this shit around. I think I'm gonna start doing the react part before the video game part. I just don't know how to situate, because I think I'm gonna start planning these out a little bit more. And this guy has a lot of videos that I could actually react to, or at least review or something. And, you know, if something crazy happens that I get to see or I witness happening while I'm at work or before I start streaming, I'd like to start doing that too. I'm starting to get immune to these fucking caffeine chocolates. They're not powerful enough. I've abused them too much. All right, so this guy's like a philosophy major or something. I don't know. Maybe he's just a dude that's interested in philosophy. And something that I find when somebody is super interested in philosophy, or like goes to college to be a philosophy major, it really seems as though uh they have a very like mild grasp on it. I don't think that people actually really consider, or like, I think that they just learn to repeat stuff from philosophers. I don't think that they actually learn how to become a philosopher. I think that they just learn how to quote philosophers. And that's something that I see a lot. I don't think that people genuinely know how to think, and I think that that's the mistake that people get into when they try to use philosophy at all. Philosophy is like a tool set. There's philosophers that have really good ways of like, think of it like building a table, right? There are people, you have the hammer, the nails, the saw, and stuff that you need to use. Some people have come up with better tools and better hammers and better nails to make a stronger table. And some people even have found better wood to make the table out of. So the table itself is the philosophy in which the tools, the hammer and nails, build. All right. So if you have really good philosophical tools, you can build, and really good material, you can build a really solid philosophy that is hard to break, right? But a lot of people seem to build philosophy out of just the tools themselves. And that's what I mean. Or somebody has a really good table that somebody else built, and they just present it as the table that they've built themselves. And a lot of atheists tend to do this, where they take the table that's already built and present it as their own thing. Meanwhile, they don't have the tools to maintain that table, and they don't have even the ability to reconstruct it if it falls apart. So what happens is a lot of atheists will come at you and try to say a bunch of shit. They'll try to show you the table. You kick the table over, and they pretend like the table isn't kicked over, or the leg didn't break off when you kicked it over. You kick the leg out from under their table, and they just pretend that it just never happened. Meanwhile, they're trying to beat the shit. They're like beating the fuck out of your table that you have, trying to destroy it, but they're just breaking their fingers trying to hurt it. Meanwhile, even whatever cracks that they have put on your table, you have the tool set to be able to reconstruct it. So this is what I find atheists do a lot, is that they think that because they leave a crack on the table, that somehow means that they've won. Meanwhile, their table is just a pile of fucking splinters on the ground, and they don't think it matters. But anyways, we'll get this started.
Just Gavin Ortland has argued that an atheist...
Look, I'm not going to say that Gavin Ortland is very good. Like, he's a theologian. He's a decent theologian. He's not a good philosopher. So taking his theology and trying to apply it through philosophy is not really going to work. But, you know, he's going to try.
Atheist worldview is not just false, but will lead us into existential despair. He's made this argument both in a recent book chapter and also in a video on his channel. This is an accusation that has often been levelled at atheists, but Ortland has put it into a precise and detailed form, and here I would...
Well, it's not that it's an accusation. It's that, you know, even the, you know, and this is the problem with philosophy too, is that people think that if you can't observe how people misuse something, if you can't observe, like, yes, most atheists and non-religious people do tend to go into nihilism, which is an observation that's pretty easy, and even you can even philosophically trace it through how they got there. It doesn't, just because it's not consistent within your worldview does not mean it's not happening. Like, so just because you think, well, nihilism, you know, isn't these 3, 4, or 5 things, and if it's not consistent within the entirety of the philosophy of nihilism, then obviously this is not nihilism. It's just, you know, I don't know. It's actually orange foot syndrome. Like, I don't know. Like, it doesn't make, like, they just make shit up just to run away from the ability to see that their ideology actually does create an immense amount of despair within society itself. And even if it does, am I even showing the video? Is it even playing the video? No, that's my bad. But good thing I actually checked. What up, Voltaire? What up, Voltaire? Orange foot syndrome sounds way worse. Yeah, I mean, I think what they got is purple brain syndrome. I think all the blood is cut off to their brain, so they can't actually think anymore. But anyways, that's beyond the point. But these people don't actually understand that their ideology ends up killing and suffocating societies. It makes people innately selfish. They only care about what they want and what they get out of life and how to make up their own life that is satisfying just personally for them. There's no duty. There's no reason for you to actually do something besides it makes more money. You destroy society. You've made it a materialistic society that has made it impossible for it to function in the long term.
Like to politely disagree with him, like in some kind of YouTube response video. Before we get started, I just wanted to thank Gavin for being kind enough to go over an early draft of this script to check that I'm not misrepresenting his position. It was a massive help, and I would love...
And look, this is a problem with people like Gavin Ortland. Who cares? Why are you doing this? I understand that you don't want to come at the position in a bad way, but I mean, I don't have faith in atheists to not come at anything as bad faith as they possibly can, because I think that their innate philosophical structure that they have is bad faith and within itself, because it's just, I don't have to answer any questions. I don't have to actually have a world view. I can just attack yours, and if I can get it, if I can crack the table a little bit, then that means that I win. That's what atheistic philosophy is if I can dent the table just a little bit, if I could just take a little chip off the corner, then that means I win.
For this to become more common in the world of online responses. So yes, a massive thanks to Gavin. Also, as many of you know, I'm really not a fan of how unpleasant and personal online debates can often get. So if you do want to leave a comment, could I...
Yeah, that's fine. Like that is a good thing. I will say that, not making everything personal. I don't take anything personal that happens online for the most part, up until you make it personal. Once somebody makes it personal, then yeah, I'm gonna go at you in a personal way too. But I don't take anything personal online for the most part. If you attack my arguments, that's cool. We can do that. But if you attack me personally, then you better get ready, because I'm starting to warm back up to where I can start shit talking really good, and like people aren't able to keep up with them. This is the thing, right? I can shit talk. Watch yourself.
Please request that it be a respectful one. But without further ado, my name is Joe Foley, and this is Unsolicited Advice. 1. Gavin Ortland's argument. In a nutshell, Ortland's argument is contained within the title of his chapter, which is called Exposing Unbelief as Unlivable. That is, he thinks that atheism as a belief system just doesn't grant the same kind of well-being that theistic belief, and in his case specifically Christianity, does. For Ortland, atheism and a certain kind of existential despair sort of come as a package deal.
Right. And like, I remember some of this. I think the way that he attacks this is that he's not going to take like the actual statistics and stuff that we could have, that we can, you can go through how they're made and stuff like that. We could do that. But ultimately what he's going to ignore the statistical is, right, that Christianity is better for a more fulfilling life in general. He's not going to take it as that. He's going to take it from a philosophical point of trying to, that shit doesn't matter. We have to justify it purely based on the argument, which is fine, but there is a result of what your argument does to society, and that is it fucks it up and makes people stop having kids and just cooming all the time. Like,
As we'll come on to, he says that there are 3 undesirable things that naturally fall out of an atheist belief system: disenchantment, meaninglessness or nihilism, and loneliness, and that theism both doesn't suffer from these flaws and is the natural answer to them. We can see
So within that, let me hear it one more time.
disenchantment, meaninglessness or nihilism, and loneliness.
Disenchantment. Let me make sure I got the definition right. Alright, I don't want to see a fucking Netflix show. I want the definition of a word. Okay, so a feeling of disappointment. That's kind of what I thought. Like a disappointing in that that's the way the world is. Which, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with Gavin. This is the thing. Like, a lot of people that are theistic don't actually understand what it is to be an atheist. Disappointment in the world, maybe. But it was more of just an exception of that this is the world. Like, from an atheistic point of view, it's not that this, oh man, there's so, I believed in God at one point, and then I found out that he doesn't exist, and now everything's meaningless. That's not how atheists, for the most part, think. It's just more like, whatever. It's what it is. It is what it is. We're just here in this moment, and there just isn't a God. That's for the most part. There's no disenchantment in that. There just isn't anything. So I do think that that's where there's a lot of people specifically that don't understand that about atheism. It's not disenchantment. It's just like, yeah, this is just the way it is. Nihilism, yes, there is nihilism. There is no meaning. It is a default position that there is no meaning unless you create it yourself. So ultimately, what the world is meaningless. There is no meaning. There has to be a person there to give it meaning. Which, you know, is kind of a transcendental type of thing if you think about it, if you really trace it to its ultimate conclusion. But, you know, you don't think about that. They don't think about that. And then what was the last thing?
And that theism both doesn't suffer from these, or nihilism and loneliness.
Loneliness. Well, I would say that loneliness is just in comparison. Once again, this is something that I don't think that people understand when it comes to talking to an atheist when you're a theist, like at any point in your life. If you were somebody who believed in God and became an atheist, maybe there would be a loneliness problem. But when you're an atheist, yes, you could feel lonely, but it's not because of this innate like desire for a God to be there. It's mostly that there's just nobody around that you want to talk to, or the person you want to talk to isn't there to talk to, so you feel lonely. Or you don't have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, so you're lonely. You don't have a friend to talk to, so you're lonely. That's the only type of loneliness. And when Christians typically talk about this stuff, they take it as this innate hunger for God, when for an atheist, it's just not the way that it works. There's no hunger for some spiritual thing outside of them. Because I think it's just, I think ultimately what's the problem is with atheists is that they've never been fed in that way. So they're never hungry. Like they've never, drank in the spiritual waters or whatever. They've never had, they've never had any sort of fulfillment. They've never had any sort of spiritual fulfillment at all. So they just assume it doesn't exist. But this is why I think that atheists that are like that have just never had any belief in God whatsoever, I think that's why they need an experience of God, because it's like eating food for the first time. It's like being hungry for so long, and then you having a piece of bread for the first time and eating it, or a steak for the first time and eating it. And there is a satisfaction and a fulfillment in that you just wouldn't know about if you just never ate. You know? Yeah, you could starve to death, but there is a like a revival within you that happens when you've just never experienced something like that before, and then it happens, and then yeah, then you're just very hungry all the time. But this is something I don't think that most people who have been religious for a really long time, or somebody who's been on and off religious, I don't think they understand that. And that's kind of a problem when it comes to a Christian talking to an atheist. A Christian talks past an atheist like 99% of the time because of their innate experience.
Theism both doesn't suffer from these flaws and is the natural answer to them. We can see that there is still some ambiguity in the claim that atheism is unlivable. It seems to me that there are 4 different ways we could roughly interpret this idea. 1, theism is, on balance, more livable than atheism, and I'm going to call this the weak optimistic thesis. In philosophy, when we call something weak, we don't necessarily mean that it's bad. We tend to mean that it's making a more modest claim. 2, theism is necessary for livability, and I'll call this the necessary optimistic thesis. 3, theism is sufficient for livability. I'll call this the sufficient optimistic thesis. And 4, theism is both necessary and sufficient for livability, and I'll call this the strong optimistic thesis. Bear this in mind, as we'll be coming back to these broad labels a few times in the video. Importantly, none of these versions of Ortland's...
So this is a problem, and I think, you know, he's trying to do his best to represent something that he doesn't quite grasp or understand, and that's fine. Like, but it is interesting. Like, I don't really like fucking philosophy people. Like, Phil bros are really annoying because they tear shit apart up to the point where it's like meaningless. You know, you might want to, like what I was saying before, you're building a table, you have a good tool. These motherfuckers are taking apart the tools and not understanding how to put them together. So it's fine to do that if you have the skill set to do it. But if you're just a dude that's been reading philosophy for about 5 or 6 years and you went to college for it, that was your major, you don't have the skill set to do that. You'd have to be like in your fucking 90s and be doing this 24/7 every fucking day for me to be able to take what you have seriously, when that's what you're trying to do, is constantly take everything apart down to the specks of metal within the tool itself. Philosophy structure is fuck you, nothing matters. Yeah, pretty much. Sustenance for the first. Yep.
Arguments are trying to argue directly that God exists. They're instead arguing for something like the existential desirability of God. But
yeah, and this is where I think a lot of Christians don't understand, like what I was saying before. There's just no hunger there for that because they've never been fed. They're emaciated spiritually. Like, they don't understand how weak they really are in their connection to what reality is, and stability, being emotionally stable and stuff. They don't understand that. But because they just never had that. And yeah, I mean, they just never had it, so they can't understand it. So this is a really bad argument for trying to convert an atheist. I think most arguments to convert an atheist, besides the transcendental argument, all of them are bad except the transcendental argument. Transcendental argument is just a solid brick wall that an atheist can't actually get around. They just have to misrepresent what the argument is. It's such a good argument that they can't fucking take it on at all. So they just they try to make it a circle when it's not. But it's the only way they can contend with it and try to make it logically inconsistent is by not actually understanding the argument themselves. They just misrepresent it, and so they can feel good about being an atheist. And maybe to some extent they just can't understand it. Maybe there is some sort of block there.
how does Ortland establish that atheism deprives us of some vital philosophical goods that are necessary for livability? Well, as we just said, he argues that atheism, at least in its modern secular form, encourages three undesirable states: disenchantment, meaninglessness, and loneliness. And for the purposes
So
of
hell,
this
didn't know he was
introduction,
going to repeat
we'll
it.
look at each one in turn. Ortland defines disenchantment as a sense of flatness and diminishment resulting from the loss of transcendence. Like,
Okay, so yeah, that's kind of what I thought he was meaning by it. And once again, I just don't think that Portland understands that some people just don't have that. It is a true thing to say that there is a fulfillment in being religious and worshiping God and trying to seek Him and become, to go through theosis, to be one with Him. But there's just no desire for that in an atheist. They're emaciated people, but they don't understand that they are. They have no hunger for it.
almost all feelings, it is notoriously difficult to exactly pin disenchantment down to a precise description. But I think it is at least a familiar feeling to many. Perhaps my favorite way of putting it is by the author Leo Tolstoy, who describes it roughly as follows. It is only possible to go on living while you are intoxicated with life. Once sober, it is impossible not to see that it is all a mere trick, and a stupid trick. That is exactly what it is. There is nothing either witty or amusing, it is only cruel and stupid.
And see, I think this is a really good way of explaining the atheistic mindset. This is it. And I guess that's what maybe he means by it, and I do see what Gavin might be trying to say if this is the kind of representation he's using. Yes, this is something that appears in people's mind as an atheist sometimes, I think pretty much anyone who's ever been a person in reality has thought about this at some point. I wouldn't necessarily just say atheists do this. I would say that atheists are more predisposed to thinking this way. But I think even a Christian would say that being intoxicated with life, what does that mean? Like the living world, this world that we're in? No. A Christian would actually not need to be intoxicated with life. They wouldn't have to be. If it meant that. If you mean life as in Christ and God, the Creator, intoxicated with Him, sure. But even then, you don't necessarily need that. What is the scripture? There's even a scripture that talks about this. Who does the Father's will? The one who says they won't but do it, or the one who says they will but doesn't do it? Which one is which one did his Father's will? Well, the one who said they didn't want to do it but did it. So you don't have to be intoxicated with it. You don't have to love it all the time, but you do it. You do it. And the reason is because this life that we are living right now is, ultimately, I think it is meaningless. There's meaning that could be drawn out of it. There's a reason that we're doing it, but I can't find it. So I just live it. And I do what's necessary to make sure that I can show my gratefulness for shit that's happened to me. So that's the only reason that I keep going, and the fact that I'm not going to throw myself off a fucking bridge or nothing. That's gay.
Another alternative way of describing this feeling comes from Byung-Chul Han, who refers to a roughly disenchanted worldview as an inferno of the same. That is, everything seems the same, everything feels equivalent, and as a result, everything feels vaguely ephemeral. Han uses this phrase in a number of ways, but this is one of them. The idea, then, is that the world seems empty or robbed of vitality. Ortland's position in this chapter is that this sense of disenchantment comes from a lack of transcendence in our worldviews. If you don't like the term transcendence, you can just think of it as spiritual grounding. That is, in a theistic worldview, and especially within a particular religious tradition, the world itself is situated as an object within a broader divine plan. It is intimately connected with something beyond the world that serves as a justification for the world and for existence. As Ortland puts it, For most of human history, life had a kind of fullness and awe because it had larger spiritual implications. In a Christian imagination, life in this world isn't final, and this physical world itself participates in spiritual reality. It is a theater of God's glory.
All right, well, here we go with where I'm going to kind of disagree with Ortland. I disagree with Ortland with a lot of shit, but I don't think that there was a fullness and awe. Maybe there was an awe of it, but a fullness of it, I don't think so. I mean, it would depend on what time period and also what you mean by fullness. There's so much shit that there's so many words he's using here that I don't exactly understand what he means by that when he says it. It had larger spiritual implications in a Christian imagination. Life in this world isn't final. So, within that concept, I don't know whether or not that gives me fullness or awe. What it does is it makes me nervous and unsure. This is the thing, right? It makes me nervous and unsure. And I think that that's a healthier mindset to be in. And I think this is ultimately what the difference is between someone like a Catholic or an Orthodox person in comparison to a Protestant person. I'm looking forward to being able to be with God, right? But I'm not looking forward to the judgment. I don't think about it. I don't worry over it, but it does. If I do think about it, it makes me nervous and unsure. It's not something that this is, once saved, always saved, these kinds of things. This is what it kind of inspires. It's kind of an arrogance of what's coming next. And this is one of the reasons why, with my experience, what happened with me, the feeling that I got was the only thing I can explain it as, I was filled with grace, but also with just absolute despair too. Not with necessarily my emotional state, but despair over the things I had done. And even now, when I make mistakes, that same type of despair is there. That same kind of, I can't believe I did this. Before, there was that, but it wasn't nearly as strong. So I don't understand what he means. And when I say that, I mean that with that type of experience that I had, it makes me not think that the Protestant worldview, where you're good, you're saved, you're always saved, doesn't make any sense. Life in this world isn't final. In this physical world, it still participates in the spiritual reality. It's a theater of God's glory. I agree with that, but the middle part I don't.
In other words, the whole framing of this physical world is very different under a religious worldview to that of the modern atheist. Whereas to the modern atheist, the world is all there is, and Ortland argues that this feels unsatisfying, to the theist, the world is enchanted by something that exists beyond and intuitively kind of above it in terms of
I'll let
the
him finish.
value hierarchy. Ortland argues that
So, yeah, and this is what I'm saying, is that most people that are Christians don't understand that there is that sort of enchantment with the world too, that this all was random. I'm here, and just the right amount of things happen to make sure that me as a person exists right at this moment. There's still an enchantment. It's just a different type of enchantment that happens where you just feel like you've won the lottery a bunch of times. So it's not, I think that there is a type of atheistic enchantment. I don't think that's as fulfilling as the Christian enchantment with the world and having a goal and a purpose, because I don't think that atheism can provide a goal or purpose. I think that you can create maybe a pseudo type of purpose for yourself, but it ultimately is meaningless, because it's your individual purpose that you give yourself is meaningless. You can't give yourself purpose. That's circular, boy. That's circular, boy, dude.
Disenchantment stems from the
Oh
belief
shit!
that there is
All right, I think my
nothing
fucking
beyond
video
the
broke.
world standing in this justifying relation to it. Ortland's argument for atheistic nihilism is slightly different. That is his meaninglessness point as opposed to his disenchantment point, and they're not quite the same thing. Whereas disenchantment concerns the emptiness of the world, atheistic nihilism designates a lack of direction for human life. The experience of living, thus, becomes as flat as the bare materialistic world is under the atheistic conception. Ortland elsewhere uses the analogy of a
Let me
his
re-listen to that because I faded in and out of reality there real quick because I was thinking about making a sandwich and I'm super I ate like some fucking a few peanut butter crackers, but now I'm still like that just made me hungrier to be honest. I haven't ate very much today. So I'm just like, anyways, I need to re-listen to that.
the belief of it in terms of value hierarchy. Ortland argues that disenchantment stems from the belief that there is nothing beyond the world standing in this justifying relation to it. Ortland's argument for atheistic nihilism is slightly different. That is his meaninglessness point as opposed to his disenchantment point, and they're not quite the same thing. Whereas disenchantment concerns the emptiness of the world, atheistic nihilism designates a lack of direction for human life. The experience of living, thus, becomes as flat as the bare materialistic world is under the atheistic conception. Ortland elsewhere uses the analogy of a puzzle to illustrate his position, saying the following.
So you
Right, so like I don't actually understand. That's why it was confusing. I had to re-listen to it. I wasn't quite understanding what he was meaning there because like I think that what Ortland said is completely consistent. Yeah, you can have a type of atheistic disenchantment, but atheism generally does disenchant people and make them fall into nihilism where life is flat and meaningless. Like that is what happens.
can see why people would experience the loss of God to be devastating like this. Think of a simple metaphor. So I like doing puzzles with my kids. Puzzles are fun because they have a meaning. The pieces are meant to fit together. Someone built a puzzle by constructing a picture and then chopping it up into pieces, putting the pieces in a box, putting the picture on the cover of the box, and now you can, you're working on the puzzle and you can sort of gradually discover a coherent meaning piece by piece. Puzzles have a meaning because they have a creator like that. But imagine if you're doing a puzzle and there's no picture.
Yeah, Orland, but where do you get that picture and how are you able to reconstruct it? Anyways, I'm not going there right now.
On the box, there's no guiding image, there's no intended outcome. And as you start to do it, none of the pieces actually fit. You have to try to jam them together. It's up to you to figure out what picture do you make out of these puzzles and how do you force them to fit together.
I quite like this puzzle analogy. It gets at the anxiety of life not having a goal or directive that comes easily and discoverably pre-packaged within it. We often think that we have...
Yeah, but, so this is the problem, right? It's within that puzzle analogy, there are problems within it. There is the idea that first you would have to understand and know what the picture is. You'd have to have the box. And I don't think that life is that. I think life is like a bunch of fucking puzzle pieces fall at your feet, and you have to try to reconstruct it without any understanding or knowledge of what the picture that you're trying to reconstruct is. And all you really have is your parents and stuff that kind of give you a general idea of how to construct it, but you don't really have the ability to just one-for-one copy everybody, at least currently in the society. Before people were able to just directly copy their mother and father and be able to continue this tradition of how to maintain a cohesive structure within society itself. But right now, because of secularism and atheism, what has happened is there's no box anymore. There's no model. People are just kind of roaming, and also there's a bunch of philosophical revolutions that happened within the 70s and 80s where a bunch of people decided you can't put me in a box, man. You can't put me in a box, man. Can't do it. There's no categories. Go fuck yourself, you fucking hippie bitches. There's categories and there's a box, and you're going in that fucking box. Preferably a box with some fucking bars on it. All right. But anyways, I forgot. I forgot what I was talking about now.
At least some sort of psychological need to have an organization to our actions. Just because without any kind of aim, we tend to fall into confusion and despair. And we tend to want to have some kind of coherent character that gives sense to what we do and behave and think in the world.
Yes, and typically that is a mother or father. And when you have a society in which destroys the family, that has no fathers within the homes, and completely and totally mentally fucks the women up, what you have is a society in which there are just a bunch of people born with a bunch of puzzle pieces at the bottom, at their feet. They try to reconstruct it, but they can't because they have no picture to compare what they're trying to reconstruct, right? So you have a bunch of people who have a bunch of fucked up puzzles and a bunch of broken pieces that they can't fix themselves. And the only way that those pieces can be fixed, and the only way that they can have something to reconstruct and be able to put together the puzzle to create a full picture of what life is, you have to have the church. The church is the only thing that can help you with that. And even within life, where you have two parents and they're great people, if they were really good parents, they would be in the church. If they were as perfect as possible parents, the ideal of what a parent should be, they would be in the church, and you would have that type of picture to trace through and be able to reconstruct. So it's not, I'm not just saying that you have to just have a mother and father within the home. They also have to be moral agents. They have to have morals. They have to be able to be within the church to provide you with those morals. So what he's saying is, yes, what he's saying there is true, which is what I was kind of explaining. But it's not just people, it's the church as well. Well, the church is the people, whatever.
This is a pretty consistent theme in a lot of philosophical writings around happiness or well-being. It's found in some form in everyone from Marcus Aurelius to Friedrich Nietzsche.
Right, and so even within what we have in society now, when you have two parents and they're both atheists and they kind of just do whatever they want, they have kids if they want to, but maybe they just want to have two kids, the rest of them they don't really want to try, or they use birth control, they don't really grow a family very much. They just want to have a handful of kids that they decide that they put the amount of children that they can have on the wall, and they say there's no more after this. What ends up happening is that they have this sort of control over the family structure that isn't theirs to have. First of all, I don't think you should decide if you're married and you can't control your lust for your wife, or if you're married and you can't control your desire with your wife, then what good can come from that beyond just having children, as many children as possible? If you have that innate hunger, then there's usually a reason for it. I think that there could be bad, that's the intention of it, but I don't think that it's always bad. If you are married and you have an intense desire for your wife and she has an intense desire for you, make a bunch of babies, dude. Do it. Go at it. But I don't think that, I don't know. I guess I need to get through this. What am I even talking about?
Norton's point is that without a designer or a purpose giver to appeal to, we have no way to ground any particular aim or set of aims that we might have. Sure, we can find things to do in a merely descriptive sense, but there's no reason to pick one particular aim over another in a way that supersedes our arbitrary human preferences. That is, from the perspective of the universe, every aim would be as good, and incidentally as bad, as any other. On the other hand, under theism, we can appeal to God's supreme authority to determine what our purpose is. We come pre-packaged with a purpose kind of just built into us, and
right, and that's what I'm ultimately was trying to say. I don't know why the hell I went off on that random shit, but that's what I'm kind of saying is that atheists get a bunch of puzzle pieces put at their feet. They're trying to reconstruct it, and they have no real aim, or maybe the fucking puzzle itself is blank and there's just a bunch of pieces that create a frame but has nothing in it. So they have, not only once they finish the puzzle, they have to finish the puzzle and then paint the purpose onto itself. Within the Christian worldview, it's a prepackaged box. It has a picture already on it, and it also has a reference box. So yes, it just has everything that you need within it.
That can be existentially comforting. The other component to Ortland's meaninglessness argument is that, under an atheist worldview, everything in life is extinguished at the moment that life ends. There is no next world to which we pass on, and there's nothing waiting for us on the other side. This is the only existence we have, and that arguably does make our lives seem less meaningful than they otherwise would be if they went on forever, or at least for a much longer amount of time. If nothing else, there's just a sheer quantity argument to be made here. As Tim Mawson has argued, provided that you think that there is something meaningful about your existence, the idea of it going on for longer should, at least on its face, make it more meaningful, just in the sense that there is more of whatever was meaningful about it in the first place. If you take meaning in something like eating sandwiches, then an eternity of eating sandwiches seems more meaningful than a mere 70 years and 10 of eating sandwiches.
Exactly. And so if God gives you a purpose to do something and you have more opportunities to do it, then it is better. Like if God gives you the purpose of, I don't know, cutting grass, the more grass that you cut, not the more purpose, but the more, I guess it would be more purpose. So yeah, just be an infinite level of purpose as life goes. If life is infinite, you have infinite purpose.
It's a crude example, but I think it gets the point across, though you can argue against it by making various claims about whether the finitude or finality of this life adds meaning in some sense. I'm not saying this is a decisive argument, I'm just saying that this at least has some kind of prima facie plausibility to it. And finally, Ortland holds that our modern problems with rising loneliness can also at least benefit from a religious touch. This is from Ortland's chapter, but he hasn't dwelt on it too much in later interviews, and it takes a long time from writing a chapter to that chapter being published, so I'm going to treat this as a less significant part of his argument. Whereas he...
Well, I don't think that I think that this is a pretty significant portion of what the argument would be, right? Because even if you're saying that people are lonely, well, at bare minimum, if they get up on Sunday and go to church and interact with people in the church, they're going to be a little less lonely. They might not be completely not lonely, but they would be a little less lonely. And the more that they do that, the greater the connections they would build, and the loneliness they would have would shrink, right? So that's not just a small part. That's a pretty relevant, pretty important aspect of what the argument is. So I don't really understand how he could just dismiss it as just whatever. That doesn't really matter that much. I mean, I don't really, maybe because you could do that somewhere else. I don't think that there's really anywhere like a church. There's not a community center. There's not something that you can go do where you gather with people who all have the same reason for going to a certain place. Like, and even then, even if you had like a sport to go to, like if you went to football every weekend or something, or if you went to the fucking gladiator arena, it would not give you the same type of purpose. Or the same type of, it wouldn't remove loneliness in the same type of way. Okay, what did I do?
He argues that secular atheism implies meaninglessness and secular atheism implies disenchantment. He seems to hold a much more modest thesis for loneliness. That is, he thinks that religion can help with our general loneliness crisis, though it might not be necessary to solve it. In this, I would actually probably agree with Ortland, although I don't think that it has anything to do with...
Okay, so that's why. It's because Ortland doesn't think it's an important aspect of it. That's retarded. I don't understand. Does he think that going to church interacting with people there, finding a wife there that's consistent with your theological and moral values. Like, what do you? I don't understand how he could think that that church would be a good place to not be lonely. Like, I don't understand. Yeah, or not the best place, the optimal place.
Specifically religious belief, I do think that religious communities, like other communities, can help with people's sense of loneliness and not belonging. I also
Yeah, that can help, but I don't think that it is the prime purpose of those things, right? You can live in a neighborhood, but you don't have to interact with people. And if the people already have a predisposition of not wanting to really interact with people, you can be born in a community, in a society in which you are lonely by the default state of things. Like, I don't think that a church by default is a lonely place. I think a church by default is a community of people who want to not only grow, but be very deeply and intimate, like, you know, interconnected with each other.
think that while a shared
Like, even society itself, it's not necessary for society to function where people are interconnected in people's lives. It's not necessary for me to be friends with my coworkers, for me to get my job done. It's not necessary for me to be a friend or even worry about the well-being of my coworkers or my boss to go to work and get my job done and get a paycheck. There's nothing necessary within that. Within the Christian structure, it is necessary to connect and to love one each other. It's an entailment within the religion itself. There's nothing entailing anything about a community that we have to love or care for each other, just that we just can't kill each other or break the law, you know? That's the only entailment with society, is just don't break the law and don't hurt each other for no reason outside of the law.
religious belief system isn't strictly necessary for this, having a shared creed is just a pretty good way to practically get a community going, because it's a shared point of interest for each of the participants. Something that I thought was really interesting about Ortland's chapter is that these points compare pretty favorably with Leo Tolstoy's criteria for what he calls the essence of religion. I've mentioned these before on the channel, but just to remind everyone, they are roughly as follows. 1. Religion must explain some overarching order or sensibility to the universe. 2. It must show that our lives matter after death. And 3. It must provide us with a reason to care for one another.
So you see how within those three statements, the last one completely contradicted what Ortland and this guy said? It must create a reason for us to love each other. That's not the same thing as existing near each other and not hurting each other for the societal cause of just continuously trying to make a better society so we can have more things, and we can have more things, and our children are safer. We don't have to worry about people hurting us or our families. That safety is the big thing about a society. Yeah, safety and materialism and safety. That's what society needs for it to exist. Materialism and safety. And ultimately, like, the power within safety, the power to defend oneself or to attack another nation if they create a threat. So there's what he's talking about here. These are not things that, I mean, these are things that they are only entailments within a society. The church itself requires you to love one each other and to be a part of each other's lives and to be friends, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers. It requires you to do these things. It requires you to be most of these things. It requires you to be, you know, a part of a loving family, pretty much. And I don't understand how anyone could think that you can get that outside of anywhere else. You could get it, but that's not required or even an entailment of being a part of those other places. You don't go to a football game and then just all of a sudden the entirety of the football stadium is your family. That's not what it is.
So, as you can sort of see, each one of these coheres with one of Ortland's points: disenchantment, nihilism, and loneliness. Gavin clarified that this was unintentional in our correspondence, but I just thought it was kind of cool. There are a couple of nuances in Ortland's argument that I want to address before we move on. The first is that he doesn't think that atheists necessarily feel the kind of meaninglessness and disenchantment in a conscious way that he thinks atheism entails. He, in fact, argues that we find many ways to distract ourselves from the truth of our implicit atheist commitments. His point is a little bit more like the following. If an atheist were to recognize the full extent of what their belief system entails, then they would feel disenchanted and nihilistic. This claim is still somewhat empirical, and I will still be arguing against it later in the video. My point is,
Well, to a certain extent, I could agree with that the mass majority of people would find it meaningless and be disenchanted, but I don't think that would be the case for a lot of atheists. I think a lot of atheists would think, I won the lottery a bunch of fucking 100 trillion times. That's awesome. That makes me pretty special. I'm just this random thing that just came out of the universe, and I won the lottery in every aspect to exist. Oh, back, damn it. So, like, I don't agree with Gavin Ortland when he says that there's ultimately not that you couldn't really derive some sort of meaning from the atheistic worldview. I don't think it's a good argument to convince any atheist. I think what happens is that he just has this little group of people that they just agree with each other. Like I think that even within looking at the overall worldview, that people could find some value out of just the random shit that created them, if within that worldview. I don't understand what he really. I think that's the weakest part of his argument.
can't just point to a happy atheist and say, behold a counterexample. The second nuance is that he's specifically talking about modern secular materialist atheism. In theory, you could appeal to non-physical Platonism about meaning without introducing a personal god, but that's not the kind of atheism that Ortland is addressing. So, that's his argument in a nutshell. Let's first move...
So I guess he's meaning in a broader sense, Portland is, but even within the broader sense, I don't think that the majority of atheists would even think that. I think that they would be enchanted by the fact that they just existed. So it's, so they can get meaning out of it, and I don't think that they would be necessarily disenchanted. I just don't think that, I think ultimately what was happening is meaningless to them. Like, ultimately, yeah, I think that an atheist would have to accept that, yeah, ultimately everything is meaningless. So it is inherently nihilistic, but it's not necessarily disenchantment. It's not disenchanting. The disenchanting part is the problem that I have with Orwell right now. Thanks for the rent. Yeah, man. Like, and anybody that think, pretty much the way that my wrenches go is, if I consider you a friend and I want you to be able to just start banning people who come at you, that's when I give you a wrench. So there's no real rules besides, like, people fuck with you, you just get to get rid of them. I think you can infer meaning, but I believe, yeah, it's ultimately meaningless. They are just in contradiction, but yes, they can infer meaning even if when in contradiction. They know stuff even if they can't justify it. Yeah.
Move on to points of agreement before we examine my points of contention with Gavin's position. But before moving on, I just want to take a quick moment to thank today's sponsors, Squarespace.
No, thank you.
And this compressed in edit one. Get
no, thank you.
2. Ortland has a point. On the whole, I think...
Well, yeah, he has two really solid and good points. The enchantment part is the only one that I just think that if he's debating somebody, an atheist, and he tries to use the disenchantment part, that the atheist is just going to focus on the disenchantment part, and there's not going to be a real conversation. He should just get rid of it. Like, he should just get rid of it. It's just a way of, for an atheist, just to kind of escape the ultimate entailment of what their philosophy entails, and allows them to escape their contradictions by just saying that they don't feel like it is a contradiction.
I think that Ortland's argument provides a pretty good outline of genuine existential weak points in secular atheism, or at least potential weak points. I also think that it illustrates a very important point that a lot of modern atheists, very much including me in the past, have overlooked, which is that God, for better or for worse, has been the linchpin of an awful lot of our philosophical systems, at least in Europe and North America, for the past millennium and a half. We shouldn't expect to be able to surgically remove God without it affecting any of the connected philosophical tissue. It's not God is dead.
Just fucking turned off my mic instead of... Yeah, that's the thing, too, is that any sort of philosophical reconstruction that would have to be made, it would have to be made from the ground up, because even the philosophy that this guy's using, all atheists use, it's all piggybacked off of Platonism and Christianity. Platonism, the unconscious God, that's the majority of what atheistic arguments use, is just Platonism. But they don't actually, they just don't, and they try to remove the unconscious God and try to slip in the universe. So they try, so they make material responsible for creating material. So they make it circular, an inherent contradiction. So it's I don't even know if there is a way to actually remove God from philosophy. I don't think that there is. I think that once you do that, it just makes it incoherent. And it makes it where you could put anything as the beginning, and it completely destroys all of reality. So I don't know if there is even the capability of removing God out of philosophy. They can try, but it's never going to work, and it's all going to just play on emotions and shit.
So let's just carry on exactly as before, but with a lie-in on a Sunday morning. If we were to put the broad structure of Ortland's argument in propositional form, it would probably look something like this. 1. A belief in order and a belief in pre-existing purpose are necessary for the existential well-being of human beings.
I wouldn't even say well-being of human beings. What would that mean? Like the entirety of society? Like, yeah, society itself, I would agree with this first part.
I'll occasionally call this the doxastic premise after doxas, which is the Greek word for belief. 2. A belief in God entails beliefs in order and pre-existing purpose. 3. There is no way to attain these beliefs in order and pre-existing purpose without God. 4. Therefore, a belief in God is both necessary and sufficient for the existential well-being of human beings.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't know. I don't even think there's a whole lot of gaps in that. I think that's a pretty solid argument.
I will go on to disagree with premise 1 and premise 3, but I think premise 2 is pretty strong.
Right. I don't remember everything that he says in the video, but I'm going to go ahead and predict that what he's going to do is he's not going to take it in the societal sense. He's going to take it on an individualistic sense. And try to poke holes in the, well, not everyone has to have that to have these things. Ultimately, yeah, they do. But when it comes with enchantment of the world or whatever, sure, you could have a point there. But I don't think, I think what he's going to do is he's going to take it on the individual point.
I think a belief in most popular forms of theism does entail a belief in order and pre-existing purpose.
Yes, exactly.
I think this is that controversial to say, but to briefly spell it out, if there is a God who designed the universe, including us, with a specific intention in mind, then we can say that the reason the world is the way it is because God has willed it to be that way. And we can say that our purpose is to align ourselves with God's will and his intention in creating us.
Yes, and that would be ultimately like the baseline answer. You could, like, I would think that is probably an oversimplification by a lot, but yeah, ultimately, in a very simplistic way, yes.
This is not just a feature of our own contingent modern religions either. The Stoics thought that the notion of providence explained both
Yay.
why the universe was the way it was and provided us with a purpose, which was to align ourselves with its will. You can see this in almost every Stoic author. Just as a knife's job is to be sharp, our job is to align ourselves with God's will.
Yeah, but, and there are, yeah, that's ultimately true. But anyway, he's not talking about the whole,
However,
the entirety of it.
Despite this initial agreement, I do think that premise 2 by itself might need some additional refining. For instance, I don't think just any kind of order and any kind of meaning will do. Take the example of Gnosticism. To remind everyone, Gnostics held that the material world was not created by a good god, but by a malevolent demiurge.
Yeah, which makes, this is the thing, right? It's like, that makes Gnosticism stupid. That makes it retarded. An evil god created life for what? So he could torture it? Like, I don't understand. Like, that's the shit that pisses me off with Gnosticism. Yeah, an evil god created the universe because he just really wanted something to hate. Doesn't make any sense. If you are pure hate, then that means you're inherently self-hating, which means you would be in a constant state of trying to destroy yourself. Like, so I don't understand. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. It's complete. It's utter chaos. It's actually the true meaning of the word chaos. Chaos cannot exist. Chaos is inherently self-defeating.
Belief in this demiurge gives the world order in that...
So once again, like, you can take logic and tear that part of this apart. So this isn't order when you're saying that an evil god created the universe. What you're saying is that this isn't order. This is just chaos. Chaos. It's chaotic. It's non-existent. It's incapable of ever existing. So this isn't order. This is just retarded.
Was created in line with the demiurge's will, and also provides us with a kind of pre-existing design purpose, since the demiurge created the world in part.
A hateful god could not create purpose. It couldn't do it. It would be too self-centered and too incapable of doing anything besides innately hating itself. It would require love to even be able to function as anything. This is why you can't have a god of hate. You can't do it. You can't have a prime creative being that is hate. That doesn't make any sense.
But to prevent us from achieving gnosis and uniting with a higher spiritual god. I'm willing to be proven wrong here, but I think the kind of order and purpose that the demiurge provides is not the one that would satisfy most people. Let's take the...
Yeah, because it's not order, dude. You're a philosophy dude, right? You're a philosophy major. I'm a fucking retard who's worked in factories all his life. How can you not get this? Like, I don't understand.
higher god out of it for simplicity. If the world were
because they got their own special revelation, that's how they do. Yeah.
Created to cause us suffering, and our purpose, according to the demiurge, was to suffer, I just don't think that would bring people much existential fulfillment. So it's not merely the existence of a creator deity that provides the kind of existential fulfillment that Ortland argues for.
Yeah, it would matter on if it's logically consistent with reality as we know it. A hateful god could not create the reality that we have.
It is a god whose order and purpose we, from our own perspective...
No. This is where we go with this whole shit again. It's where he's thinking that it has to be personally satisfying based on the individual. I can be unsatisfied with what God wants me to do, and still he would be, the ultimate determiner of my purpose, right? I don't like that I have to change so much to be allowed into heaven. Like, you know, I don't want to have to do that. I just want it done for me. That's the ultimate selfishness that's within me, right? So it's not that I have to align with God and how God feels about everything. It's that I just have to understand that he's the person that is completely consistent within the reality that I live in, and that I should probably do what he says, maybe because he understands and cares about my well-being more than even I do. So I take that trust as in that faith, and I try to do what is ultimately would be better for me in his view, which would be good.
So judged to be good. That is, God endorsing our purpose is insufficient. We must also endorse it.
No, 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 no. Oh my God. I'm not repeating myself though.
I have a feeling that this constraint is not often brought up because God, at least as we normally talk about him, is defined as all good. So it's sort of taken for granted that we would endorse his reasons. But in order to...
No! I do it in spite of my disagreements. Motherfucker, what are you talking about? Like, this is the thing. Within the entailment of Christianity itself, deny yourself and follow me. That's what you're supposed to do. Deny yourself. That's part of, it's not about me agreeing. It's about me understanding the necessity of him. That God has to be. And yeah, like, it's ridiculous. Like and I will say this, in a lot of my experience when I was an atheist, this is what I got out of a lot of Protestant people, because, and I do ultimately think that Protestantism reconstructs God into what they want God to be, so that they can follow him easier, and that it's easy. Has to be, yeah. Same thing that happened with jazz. They just say stuff about good and evil, but they have no access to it without God. Yeah. Like, this is my problem with a lot of atheist people. They just don't seem to quite grasp, like, the argument itself. They use misrepresentation by weaker individuals that are not necessarily good at philosophical debate. A lot of these people that are kind of Christian apologists, most, like, I would say like 80% of them are Protestant people that don't even understand how to lay out an argument and have internal contradictions within their theology that they just accept and don't think it's actually a problem. They reconstruct God and what they want it to be. So yeah, this idea and this, what he's saying, can be true applied to the right type of people who claim to be Christian.
To illustrate this, to bring this constraint home, consider a religion or religious sect that you personally find existentially repugnant. We can realize that were this particular religion's God true and existent, you would find your life less rather than more meaningful. And the world...
I don't think that I would find it less meaningful. Like, this is something too, is like, the God that I want to worship is the God that's consistent within the reality that that would have made the reality that I live in, right? So it's not even that my life would have more or less meaning. I don't know. Like, you wouldn't even be able to have meaning, first of all, without God. So I wouldn't have more or less. I would have the same amount. Whether that God is a different God, it doesn't matter. I would have the same amount of meaning. I don't have meaning outside of that. So that's complete misunderstanding, once again, of what God provides in meaning. He's taking personal meaning, he's inserting his atheistic ideas of what meaning is into a theistic argument.
Might feel enchanted, in a sense, but only because you've moved from neutrality to condemnation, which it's not really gaining territory, existentially speaking.
You can't condemn God. You can't condemn God. I don't know where this idea of where you can condemn God from. You can disagree with him and reject him, but you cannot condemn him to anything.
It's not the kind of meaning that we're searching for. That being said, this does still leave it open that both our own reflective endorsement and God's endorsement are necessary for existentially fulfilling order and purpose, in which case atheism would still be devastating, but God would no longer be sufficient for either enchantment or meaning. Although, and we'll come onto this a little...
Based on what? Based on your individual interpretation of what that God entails for you? That doesn't make any sense.
A little bit later, it does open the question as to what is doing most of the work there. Is it our own perspective, our own personal endorsement of a particular purpose, or is it God's endorsement, or is it 50-50? Because
it's only God. Only God has the ability to give you meaning and purpose. Only God does. You have no ability to do it for yourself. The hammer is not a hammer because it was it decides it's a hammer. A hammer is a hammer because it was designed to be a hammer. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't... Oh my fucking God.
well, as I'll go on to argue, I think that plausibly this will vary between people. I don't think that...
Of course, because you're not capable of actually understanding. You're capable of understanding the argument. You're just not, like, ultimately giving... You're not separating your perspective. You're not separating yourself from what is the argument itself. You're trying to insert your worldview into the argument. So you're not able to contend with the argument because you're incapable of actually attacking the argument itself without inserting your own perspective and your own perspective and worldview and trying to insert it into another. You can't do it.
It's necessarily a problem for the theist, or at the very least the Christian, however, that God and belief in a higher being in itself might not be sufficient for existential fulfillment. Because there are figures in the Bible who are, absolutely certain of God's existence, but still feel a deep sense of existential despair. The best example of this is probably King Solomon, the purported author of Ecclesiastes, who discusses how, despite his definite belief in God, he still finds life pretty empty, at least.
Yeah, I find life pretty empty as well. And this is where, there's two different definitions of the word life. He's using one as meaning the material existence that we live in. I do find the material existence that I live in ultimately meaningless. I believe that, me personally, I believe that what I am here to do is be able to discern what is good and evil and to choose the good over the evil. I think that's what the ultimate purpose of this existence that we live in is. And I think that even everything that within reality itself supports that. Time supports it. Everything supports it. I don't think that... But this is the thing, right? Is that I don't think he quite gets or grasps that. I don't know if Solomon makes a sort of the same type of argument, or it's just, I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is, because I've not read the Old Testament a whole lot. I don't know everything that's in the Old Testament. So I don't have most of it memorized. I have a lot of the New Testament memorized, but not the Old. But I do think that, I don't know exactly what's been said, but I ultimately think that that's the best faith interpretation of what it means to be meaningless in the theistic or the Christian view.
At least he finds it that way a lot of the time. And traditionally, Solomon is supposed to be the wisest person who ever lived. So I do sort of think that the theist can bite this bullet and instead say something like, of course God's plan for us also needs to align with our...
And even then, it's still taking an individualistic approach to what is the broader whole. Like, what is it good for in the societal sense? What is it good for in that? He's still ignoring that. And he's still trying to narrow it down into very specific circumstances. You can't take a individual and then apply that as the grand standard of what the position would be, right?
Our own existential needs in order to fulfill us, but God is good and so would and does do just that. I also agree that, at the very least, the kind of extended life offered by most theistic traditions.
Damn it. I took way too big of a bite of food, my bad. But without God it would be meaningless. The whole point is that meaning comes from God and our everlasting life that we have with God. Yeah. But what is it? What was he saying? I forgot.
And so would and does do just that. I also agree
Okay,
to
so
align with and instead say something like, of course God's plan for us also needs to align with our own existential needs in order to fulfill us, but God
no, that's an extremely selfish way of viewing what God would be.
is good and so would and does do just that.
This is retarded. This is not what the argument would be. God is good. He is the source of that which is good. You are not.
I also agree.
Like this, I think that atheists ultimately just can't. I think they don't know how to engage with like the higher tier Christian arguments at all. So they only focus on like the lower tier and also try to smuggle in their own ideology within Christianity itself to try to make it as easy as possible for them to contend with without being able to understand the complete argument in its entirety. It's really annoying.
That, at the very least, the kind of extended life offered by most theistic traditions would genuinely make life more meaningful for a lot of people. This is just because of that Mawson argument given earlier. If there are things in your
more meaningful for more people. You know, as I'm going through all of this, and I've been thinking of it, I don't more meaningful for more people. No, it is meaningful for all people. God provides meaning for all people. It's not more meaningful for more people. It provides meaning for people.
life that you find meaningful, then the right kind of afterlife would allow for those to go on longer. It's one reason why I think a lot of people imagine seeing loved ones in the afterlife. I think one of the reasons why we imagine this is because that is
Again, imagine. Now, I will say, yeah, I'm sure that people do imagine seeing their loved ones in the afterlife and stuff, but it wouldn't just be an imagination if those people were consistent and trying to seek God and were successful in going to heaven. It wouldn't just be them imagining. It would be them wanting to go see their loved ones again, wanting to be with the people that they love. Like, I don't. It's one of those things. It's just inserting, like, it's just all fake within what he's trying to talk about.
is something that we find meaningful in our own lives, and we're imagining that going on in the next life. And I think that sort of afterlife would plausibly make someone's life more meaningful because it would allow them more time with loved ones. And my final point,
It wouldn't be more meaningful. It would be the meaning. I think that because this is the easiest way that I understand it. The reason that you would want to go to heaven is because that's the meaning of your existence. You would want to go to heaven. That's the meaning, right? To be with God and to be a part of his family would be the meaning. So it is an infinite amount of meaning. I don't think that you can quantify it by saying more. It just is meaning. It's the ultimate meaning. It is the perfect meaning. There's no more meaning. It's just complete meaning.
of agreement with Ortland's argument is that the prospect of a good or a bad eternal afterlife does add additional significance to our actions from a purely personal perspective. As a Catholic friend of mine once put it, the prospect of an eternal hell keeps me off Tinder. This can make life feel more meaningful for...
Well, Like, I don't think that is a good way of looking at it. I don't think that's saying that, oh, I'm going to go to hell, so I better not do this. I don't think that that's necessarily a good reasoning for not doing something. I think that the best reasoning to not do something is based on the faith that they care for you, they want what's best for you. So, yeah, you might not go on Tinder because, ooh, hell is scary and I don't want to go there. But I think ultimately what is the right way of approaching it would be, God put this place here to give me, to correct me so that I do what's best for me. It's the source of what is good, right? So if God gives you that through the church, it's not him trying to say, don't go there, naughty boy, you're going to go to hell. Don't go there, you bad little boy. It's more like, hey, don't do this, you're hurting yourself.
Sort of the same.
Without God, yeah, I reread that. God is the source of all meaning, love, and reality. So without him, you are left with fragments, human attempts to cobble together purpose, biology, reason, or culture. Grok said this once. Well, I think Grok is wrong, because I think if you had no God, you wouldn't have anything. It would just be nothing.
Reason that getting married feels more meaningful than...
And you have that Jim Bob and Teriak debate to thank me for that, because I wasn't actually really comprehending what chaos truly was until that debate. Then I was able to conceptualize what chaos was.
Choosing to have a cappuccino instead of a cup of tea at a coffee shop. The choice of getting married to someone just has more long-term consequences. Though, incidentally, it isn't anything philosophically significant about God's goodness or God's plan that's adding the meaning here. It's...
What are you talking about, dude? Well, I need to repeat on that, because I think I've lost 3 brain cells.
But sort of the same keeps an perspective. As a Catholic friend of mine once put it, the prospect of an eternal hell keeps me off Tinder. This can make life feel more meaningful for sort of the same reason that getting married feels more meaningful than choosing to have a cappuccino instead of a cup of tea at a coffee shop. The choice of getting married...
No. Oh my God, dude. Like, this is the thing. You think that you provide meaning. You think you are the source of meaning. This is like the arrogance of the atheistic type of thinking. You think you are the meaning. The argument is you are not the source of meaning. You don't provide meaning. You can't. You can't do it. So, if you want to actually engage and attack the argument, accept the argument and go at it from within its own worldview. You can't just throw your worldview into it and try to make it inconsistent with your worldview. Of course it's going to be inconsistent with your worldview, dude.
To someone just has more long-term consequences. Though, incidentally, it isn't anything philosophically significant about God's goodness or God.
There is. It's that he is meaning. He is life. He is love. He is these things. He is the source of them. Without him, you can't have these things.
God's plan that's adding the meaning here. It's rather...
It's not the plan that's adding the meaning. It is God himself that creates that creates the meaning. Like, the plan itself is not necessarily the meaning itself. You're not getting meaning out of the plan. You're getting meaning from God. If the plan is God's plan, then that would be a meaning that you get from God through the plan, not the plan itself.
Bare consequences of God's decisions. God adds meaning in this case in the same way that anyone with power over our long-term fate would. And I'm not necessarily sure that that is exactly the kind of meaning that most Christian apologists...
Even when they try to make the transcendental argument, they do it backwards because of this, because they want to be the source. Yeah, and I think I'm going to start using the subjective transcendental argument back at them, or the reverse the reverse subjective transcendental argument from them, that because they are perception and they can only rely on their own perception, reality cannot exist without their perception. So there was no such thing as the universe before they were created. So that's ultimately what I say them, a lot of them say. That's where I boiled it down to, at least. They think in so many fucking weird and circular ways. It's retarded. And then they just accuse the transcendental argument of being circular when they don't even, when like 9 out of 10 of their arguments are ultimately, by the end of the day, circular, because they would be the source of that argument.
Just after. I could be wrong, though. So, essentially, I agree with...
Like, the way that they attack the transcendental argument can be used in a bad faith way back at them ultimately, because they would have... If the transcendental argument is circular, then them existing is circular. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Ortland, that with the right kind of God, the right kind of eternity, and the right kind of felt existential needs, belief in God would plausibly make life more existentially fulfilling than without him. That's a lot of caveats, and importantly, it does fall short of showing that atheism is unlivable. However, in my view, Ortland's argument is a pretty good prima facie point in favor of the weak optimistic thesis from earlier, at least with regards to some people. So, those are the points of agreement. Now onto the point.
And he's not able to take on the argument without inserting an individualistic perspective of personal, subjective, moral values and perceptions of meaning. He's not able to do that, because if he took it on the broader sense, where he didn't just inject individualism within it, or atheistic subjectivist values within it, if he couldn't go through that argument without injecting that within the argument itself. So he constructed a straw man of the argument that he just constructed a big straw man throughout this, that because he couldn't actually contend with the baseline entailments of what is provided within the actual worldview.
Of disagreement. If you want to help me make more videos like this, then please consider subscribing, either to the channel, or if you're feeling incredibly generous and want to gain access to exclusive content.
Oh God, Alex O'Connor, fuck you. Put that book away, you little bitch. Take those glasses off. You ain't fucking Superman, you little fucking worm.
Book by book.
Bitch ass. Look at that fucking lamp. What is it? Why are you putting a lamp in front of a fucking door, you psychopath? Got a fucking teapot? What the fuck is this? Like, I'm just now paying attention to this room. This is the most bland and boring looking room of all. There's a lamp and a bookcase filled with, like, what has he got in there?
Bookshelf tour, then consider subscribing to the Patreon, though it's absolutely no pressure.
I'm mad now. I'm getting angry.
Links are in the description. 3. Atheism strikes back.
Oh no, I can't wait for your atheist arguments against your I can't wait against your atheist retort against a borderline atheist straw man argument that you made.
There are 2 main points of contention that I have with Ortland's argument. The first is that I dispute the idea that God and eternity are the only possible things that can give a human life felt value, and the second is that I do think that there are at least significant existential drawbacks to a theistic position, and these are worth considering if we're evaluating how livable atheism is when compared with theism. Firstly, I think there is a perfectly natural...
Yeah, your atheistic theism, your internally contradictory fucking view of what is Christianity. Like, oh my God. Yeah, clip that shit for the wife. Psycho lamp theory. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's a theory. I think it's confirmed fact. Only a fucking psychopath put a lamp in front of a fucking door. This is stupid. This makes me angry. Why did you put the lamp there? Did you need the lighting to see your fucking door? You really need people to see the fucking door back there, so you put a lamp in front of it. The door looks like shit. It looks like it's made out of cardboard, dude. Anyways. Who the fuck cares if you reject it? That's not how the argument, yeah. Why would I care if you just reject it? Tell me how can you refute it? Please explain how you refute it. You can't just reject it. Don't reject it. Fucking contend with it, you bitch.
But slightly hasty inference going on in the claim that God is the only thing that could make life seem meaningful. It is
yes, because God is meaning. Within this argument, God is meaning. In the same way that, in a similar type of way, is when a man builds a hammer to put nails in a wall, you've created meaning for that hammer. That's what God did to us.
Undeniable, at least in my view, that God has been one of our primary sources of meaning.
It's not about being the primary source of meaning. It is that there is no meaning without it. It just is. He is meaning. He is meaning and provides meaning for you.
For over 1,000 years, and that a sudden shift from belief to non-belief will thus rob us of a major pre-existing source of meaning.
What up, Papa Shanko?
The philosopher John Stewart actually gives a really nice overview of this process.
John Stewart? From The Daily Show? Come on now, they ain't no fucking philosopher. Who the fuck is John Stewart? Okay, thank God. Oh, he's a liberal thinker. Known for Unitarianism, liberty on liberty, and women's right on contempt. Wow, this guy sounds like a total fucking, oh my God, I can't say the word. It's a Walmart word, though. He's out, you know, I can't believe, this dude sounds like a total fog hat. There you go. I'm never reading that book. I'm never going to read any philosophy from him.
In his book, Nihilism in the 19th Century, where he details how a lot of people felt really quite helpless when their beliefs in God and their belief in eternity were made uncertain by various philosophical and scientific advances.
And what evidence did he have to provide for that? Many people? Okay, so this is just an argument, what is it? An argument ad populum. Like, that's not an argument, dude. Like, it's, okay, so a lot of people felt really bad when science and stuff created fucking fuel injectors, and now people are really, they feel really bad because they thought God could only make fuel injectors. What are you talking about? Are you retarded? Are you stupid?
Additionally, I have just spoken to quite a lot of people who once were very religious and then ceased to be so, and many of them do describe an accompanying crisis of meaning as a big pillar of their existential acropolis is snatched away. My problem...
I hate you. I hate you so fucking much. A necropolis? Like, did you really use that fucking word? I gotta go.
So, and many of them do describe an accompanying crisis of meaning as by various philosophical and scientific advances. Additionally, I have just spoken to quite a lot of people who once were very religious and then ceased to be so, and many of them do describe an accompanying crisis of meaning.
Yeah, because you would have no meaning at that point. God is meaning. But, so... the argument is that some philosopher said that he talked to a bunch of people that said that there was a loss of meaning by the fact that fuel injectors and coal-powered fucking coal-powered fucking trains were invented, and that people now could have an electric furnace or something like that, and it really gave a crisis of meaning. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, so some people felt a crisis of meaning. This is, I mean, all this shit is so anecdotal. I thought this was supposed to be a philosophy guy, and it's just like, well, yeah, when I talk to people, they say, yeah, obviously that's a crisis. Shut the fuck up. You reject the argument. Fuck you. I reject your bitch ass.
As a big pillar of their...
Oh my god, I'm mad now. I'm actually genuinely pissed off.
Existential Acropolis is snatched away. My problem comes when Ortland infers from this that there is no other belief system that possibly could fulfill our existential needs apart from some kind of theism. It's a little bit like...
Yes, because God is meaning. He gives the meaning to you. You are not the... Within this argument, at least, I'll go as good faith as possible and just try to remove my belief in God for this slight moment. God provides you the meaning. That's the total... That's the argument. I go at the argument. Try to make it inconsistent. You can't. So you're just ignoring it.
Going through a bad breakup and immediately concluding that no one else other than your ex could ever make you romantically happy. We see...
What? What? That would entail that not only is there more than one God, but now there's just a bunch of them everywhere. What are you talking about? That's not even analogous, you stupid bitch.
People make these inferences all the time, and we recognize that they're very natural, that they feel very right, but ultimately they are mistaken. Here, I think we're making the same slightly...
So you're taking, oh, some people really got emotionally attached to somebody, had a really bad emotional experience, and they don't feel like they could ever love anyone in that same way, so that means that God's not real, though. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hasty inference, but just in the case of God. Just because theism has been our existential grounding doesn't mean that it has to be going forwards. Of course, this inference would be perfectly fine if you, in fact, already believe that God exists and has designed us with a need for him in mind. But if the argument relies on already believing in God for it to work, then...
Your argument relies on just no God existing at all. You understand that when you're trying to contend with an argument from a Christian and your positive claim is that he does not exist, you have to contend with that. The atheistic view is not the default view. It's not the default view. The non-resistant non-believer is a retard. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, this assertion that the belief in God or specific God is not a default view implies that your view is actually the default. You're just saying that that can't be the default view. My view is the default view. And also, even within that, if you take a completely and totally neutral standpoint, it wouldn't even be agnostic. It would be, if this thing exists, how would we be able to find it? That's what the transcendental argument is. If these things exist, we can justify them through other arguments. We know these things exist for the sake of the transcendental argument. Where could we find the source of these things? How would we be able to find where these things come from? And that's where the transcendental argument goes. This argument is that actually nothing's real. Nothing's real. Meanwhile, he's wearing this fucking probably French sweater with his retarded fucking curly bullshit hair. He should shave it off, be a fucking man, grow a beard. And with this fucking retarded ass, psychotic fucking lamp that just shows me that he just doesn't even think beyond like the next 5 minutes of what's going to happen. He has no ability to think about the future at all. And what this, I don't, oh my God. I'm mad. It's never been the default view. And like there's the default view and there's the neutral view. The neutral view is ultimately what I think the transcendental argument is. I think it's as neutral as any kind of argument can be. But this argument just presupposes that atheism is true, or presupposes that agnosticism is true. Like, you would have to be able to justify atheism being true and agnosticism being true, and they can't do it. You can't just presuppose that that's true. Like, show me through reality how you can trace these concepts from nothing. Please explain to me how that works.
I think it loses quite a lot of its bite. In order for his conclusion to follow, Ortlund would need to show that God is the only possible belief system that can fulfill these existential requirements that we looked at earlier. I don't think that he has currently, and I would argue that there are good reasons to think that there are alternative
Yeah, I mean, shave your head, grow a beard.
Existential comforts open to us. And I think part of this is that different people might need different things in order to give their life a felt sense of meaning. The first piece of evidence I have for this is just that there currently are atheists who are existentially fulfilled, who also seem to be able to...
What are these fucking anecdotal individual, like, arguments? Oh, I saw, one time I saw a penny stand straight up on its side. That means all pennies should be able to stand on its side. What are you talking about? What is going on?
To point to things in their life that they say make their life meaningful. They might...
I don't give a fuck. Somebody could say that, you know, I don't know, killing, like being a serial killer gives them meaning within their life. Who gives a fuck? Do you think that's a meaningful life? To you, it wouldn't matter, because you can't trace what meaning is. You can't provide a source of what is meaning. You can't give anything like that except yourself. So for you, you would have to concede and say that, yes, that the person who likes to chase women in the woods and skin them for a lamp, that person has the same amount of meaning as you for wanting to sit there and look like a total bitch.
Point to their family or their work or their personal set of values. The ability to give reasons here is very important, as it shows that they are not unreflectively fulfilled. They are able to construct a coherent and existentially fulfilling philosophy without invoking God. At the very least, this gives us some reason for thinking that at least some atheistic lives can be fulfilling. Of course...
No, they can't. They cannot be fulfilling. They can't do it. I've been converted at this point. Yeah, all atheists are gay and disenchanted. There you go. I don't give a fuck anymore. Like, this is retarded. I was trying to be as good faith as possible, but this is just I honestly feel like I'm starting to lose, like, parts of my spine, and now I'm going to slowly start just leaning over and start dragging my knuckles against the ground as I drool walking into work tomorrow. Like, this, I don't understand. This is so stupid. And also, fulfillment of desire is not the same thing as meaning. I can feel fulfillment. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that that's kind of the point I was making. If you're making meaning mean that, if that's the meaning, if that's what meaning is, then just the fulfillment of any desire whatsoever is meaning. So it doesn't, it's not, it's retarded, okay? It's just stupid. I don't care anymore.
Ortlund does anticipate...
Atheists would have to accept that they are a meaningless speck in the universe, yeah. That too.
This response in his chapter by arguing that such atheists can only maintain this sense of meaningfulness by not being fully aware of the consequences of their atheism. Their nihilism is sort of bubbling away beneath the surface, waiting to be unearthed by a realization. We can imagine what this might look like. Tolstoy, again, provides a very good example. He describes suddenly realizing that his previous non-religious life had never really fulfilled him, certainly not in the same way as his life as a devout Christian did. I have two possible issues with Ortlund's...
Okay, I don't, like, what does this even fucking mean? You're taking individual experiences. You're not giving an argument. You're talking about people and their personal perception of what is reality. You're not talking about the actual you're not trying to figure out what reality is itself. See, this is something I think that atheists do too. They don't actually understand reality. They don't know what is reality. They only can have their perception of reality be what the argument is. There is no reality to them. There can't be. It's inconsistent with. It would have to be because it's inconsistent with a lot of their arguments.
Reply here. The first is just that I'm not entirely sure how we would go about demonstrating it. I can't see how we would check whether someone has truly seen the consequences of their own atheism. If I were trying to convince an atheist of this position...
I guess since we're going off just personal experience, I can go and tell you right now, I was just a piece of selfish shit. Somebody who didn't really care whether I lived or died. And I was more than willing to drink myself to death just because it made me feel good. So I gained meaning out of drinking. That's what his argument would have to be, is that the meaning to my life when I was an atheist was drinking. That was the meaning. So I don't understand, like, but I can tell you now that I don't take my meaning from my own individualistic desires of what I want to do. I take meaning out of slowly and as much as I can become like God as I can in my current situation. And I have more fulfillment within that because not only does it make me not drunk, hungover, and just a burden for everyone around me to take care of, it makes me somebody capable of lifting other people up. Yeah, I'm able to help people reconnect. I'm able to take a brother and sister, or a brother or two brothers that hate each other, and maybe can not hate each other anymore and be neutral at best, and maybe friends again or brothers again at the end of it, right? That's what I can do now. Before, I couldn't do anything. So even within that, you would have to be able to judge the fruits of what it is that you're prescribing and the entailments of what you're saying and how it actually affects reality itself. This is what I mean when it's not consistent with reality. You cannot have meaning be as just getting as much alcohol as you can drink constantly. Because the fruits of that is that there's just a bunch of drunk, selfish, ignorant assholes that get themselves and other people hurt. That's what the entailment of what your argument is. It falls apart with how to make a consistent reality that works within a certain order.
I might ask them whether they recognize that their atheism precluded things like eternal life or having a pre-existing purpose in life. And they might reply yes to these questions, yet still insist that they feel perfectly fulfilled.
Who gives a fuck about how they feel, dude?
I don't know how I would demonstrate that they were wrong in either...
Because you can't. You can't demonstrate them being wrong because you're not taking on the arguments. You're taking on individual perspectives of what has happened. You are going through anecdotes. One person can say this one thing and another person can say the complete opposite. It doesn't matter. This is not part of the argument. This isn't anything to do with the actual argument within itself. This is what I don't
sense that they weren't fulfilled, or in the sense that they hadn't truly sussed out the consequences of their atheism. The only way I could see doing this would be to take their signal of fulfillment as evidence that they hadn't truly realized the consequences of their atheism.
You don't have to take the feeling. You don't have to take the feeling. You can follow the logical argument. You can follow the argument itself. God creator. God create. God create meaning. God create for meaning. That's the argument. But to be able to say that you have meaning, you must be the meaning agent. You must create your own meaning. You would have to be able to say that meaning is just fulfillment of desire, right?
Atheism, but that would just be assuming our conclusion at the outset. Alternatively, another way I think we could have a go at demonstrating the bubbling unfulfillment of atheism would be to point to cases where atheistic sources of meaning have failed people, where a particular crisis has
Failed who? Failed, like, I don't even want to defend atheism, but you're going to make me defend atheism too, because you're not actually engaging with arguments. You're taking personal, individual experiences that have nothing to do with what anyone's talking about right now.
thrown an atheist into a spin, and thus atheist meanings have been shown as unstable for them. Ortland touches upon this a little bit in his chapter, but I don't quite think that this works either, because I think the atheist can ultimately pull the same maneuver. The atheist can point to where believers have had a crisis of faith due to some personal tragedy. I don't think that it follows from that they had some pre-existing nihilism that came bubbling.
This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with anything. Okay, so somebody had a crisis of faith. That then therefore means that meaning does not come from God. What are you talking about, dude?
To the surface through this crisis. And I don't think that this follows from cases of instability in certain atheistic sources of meaning either. I'm also very open to the idea that a great number of people
I don't
might
know.
be more
I may end up starting a riot in a minute. I'm going to start. I think that atheists should be in prison at this point.
fulfilled believing in God than when irreligious. However, I'm hesitant to conclude that this holds for all people, or that this is something that would necessarily hold across time. It's possible, I just don't think it's been demonstrated. Again, God has been the linchpin of our philosophical system for centuries. It is unsurprising that we would be a little unskilled at crafting worldviews that are both non-theistic and
Dude, you couldn't even create a whole fucking worldview. You didn't create a worldview. You just created a bunch of individualistic experiences that have nothing to do with the broader argument at hand. All you did was make anecdotal bullshit. That's all you did. You didn't do anything. You didn't make an argument. You couldn't even do it. You couldn't even attempt to do it.
existentially fulfilling and appeal to a wide range of people. This is even something that Nietzsche pointed out in his critique of religion, saying that one of the reasons the ascetic ideal has been so successful is because it is the only way so far that we have been able to make our suffering meaningful. He just disagrees that this is the only possible way we could do this. The difference between this is an incredibly popular way.
So, okay, so this is the thing, right? Everything would have a meaning. There would be a meaning for most things, if not all things, with God. God is the source of meaning and creates these things for a purpose, right? He has a purpose and meaning for them. So yes, suffering can have a meaning for it. Me personally, I think suffering is the glue that keeps people together. I think suffering, while it can be a portion of what separates people, I don't think ultimately that's what suffering is. I think suffering is to attach people together more firmly. I think that if there is a shared suffering, that these two people would be able to be connected in a deeper way. And I think that's true for God, person and God. I don't think that God necessarily I don't know. I'm not going to go into but if God is able to suffer, and he is suffering with the loss of you, right? And you can suffer within that, and you can suffer with the suffer of the loss of God, that binds you both together more firmly. Yeah, that's a lot of what people say, though. A lot of people think, nuh-uh is a great argument.
Way of making life meaningful, and this is the only way of making life meaningful, is, philosophically speaking, pretty major. If the second is true, then it suggests...
What are you talking about philosophy for anymore? You sound like a fucking psychiatrist. You sound like a therapist. You don't even sound like a fucking philosopher at all. You're not talking about broader concepts. You're talking about individual psychosis or whatever. You're talking about emotional well-being. You're talking about this shit. Like, you're not talking about what meaning is. You're not talking about anything. You fucking bitch. You absolute soy boy, curly-haired fuck. You retarded little limp-wristed sucking. Okay, I'm not going to go there.
Theism is the only existentially livable philosophy, and living without theism is sort of the equivalent to living without food. If the first is true, then it's more like the equivalent of living without bread. Sure, it's going to be kind of inconvenient, at least for most people, and it will be a much bigger deal for some than others, but on the whole, we
Can you please give an argument?
may be able to adjust. I just want to say here that I do think that it is understandable how a theist might come to the conclusion that
Can you please give an argument?
atheism is unlivable. I think something's going on like this. If you want to ask whether a worldview is unlivable, it sort of makes sense to ask the question, how would I feel if I were in this worldview? And I think when the theist does this, they quite accurately conclude that this would make them despair. But I don't think this can be used to demonstrate atheism's unlivability, because atheists may well have different existential needs than theists.
And see, like, this is the thing that I thought would happen, right? I did say this at the beginning of the video when this disenchantment thing came over. And, like, I'm starting to understand why he's talking about individualistic experiences. He's focusing on the disenchantment part and applying disenchantment to meaning. And that enchantment and meaning are like the same thing. So he's conflating two of those part of the arguments that Portland was making. And not only that, he's I think he fucked himself. I think he just created a massive atheistic clusterfuck inside his head and just decided meaning disenchantment, and it just kind of bounced around like ping pong balls in his empty skull. And that's what he's trying to defer meaning from enchantment.
As well as different...
Or accomplish meaning through enchantment or non-meaning with disenchantment. I don't understand what the fuck he's talking about, honestly. You look at this face right here. This is the face of a dude who puts a lamp in front of a door.
Existential conclusions. That is, atheists may be, at least on average, fulfilled by relatively different things than most theists. I don't think we have much reason a priori to think that everyone would be existentially fulfilled by the same set of beliefs. After all, people have different food preferences.
Are you seriously making, hey, your life has meaning because you like cheeseburgers? What the fuck are you talking about?
Fall in love with different people.
Oh shit, what did I do? What happened here?
They prefer to spend their time differently. So
he's actually making the argument now that because you get fulfillment out of eating a cheeseburger, that gives your life meaning.
I'd be pretty surprised if it turned out that, despite broad divergence on a wide range of other desires, needs, and preferences, all humanity had broad convergence at the level of existential preference. I may be wrong, but...
Hold on.
So, I'd be pretty surprised if it turned out that, despite broad divergence on a wide range of other desires, needs, and preferences, all humanity had broad convergence at the level of existential preference. I may be wrong.
What does that even mean? So, like, yeah, okay, so everybody has a preference. Is that what we're even talking about? He's honestly making the assertion that all arguments are preference-based. There's no such thing as debate, dude. There's no way that we can actually ever come to any sort of agreement. I don't even understand how the English language has formed under your worldview. If I take your worldview as reality, I don't even understand how we can communicate with each other, and I can understand the words coming out of your mouth. This is what I mean, once again, with like atheistic points of view and atheistic arguments make things and reality, they're so inconsistent with what reality is and the entailments that is provided within them that I don't think that they're anything but agents of chaos, like literally agents of like just absolute complete destruction. They don't actually try to build anything, they just destroy stuff. Like it's literally empty, it's dead.
Wrong, but I just think the onus to argue this position would be on the theist to empirically demonstrate convergence here, because we do know that at least some divergence exists. What the theist, I think, would need to demonstrate is that there is...
Why would I worry about what you think that a theist needs to demonstrate? I want you to actually give a fucking argument. Give a worldview to attack instead of like, well, people feel real bad, you know? It makes them feel good, though, dude. Makes them feel real good. Wheat makes them feel good, too, so is wheat God? Fuck you, you fucking little bitch. Oh, my God, I want to throw you in a fucking... Okay. Can't go that... I want to throw you in a dumpster. There's the PG version of it.
Universal convergence on...
Let me give you a fucking swirly. With fucking guillotine blades.
The felt need for a god or godlike figure for existential fulfillment. And ultimately, I think that is an empirical point that I don't think has been demonstrated. We'll come on to a bit of the empirical evidence later, but I'll also say a bit as to why I think it's not necessarily that reliable. Anyway, I've gone off script.
You're not reliable. You've shown no ability to be reliable within this conversation at all. You've provided no arguments. The only thing that you said is people feel good, feel bad. Okay. Can you provide something? Anything at all? Please, for the love of God. You have 10 minutes. You have almost 15 minutes left. Please, for the love of fuck, give me something. Give me anything. I want something to argue. I want to be able to contend with an argument. You've done nothing.
So I'm going to get back to it. To give one example of someone who seems to have wildly divergent existential needs
Oh
than
my
the theist,
God.
take the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. Sartre famously argued,
Or at least potentially more meaningful. He still thinks it takes a lot of work. He also tends to use words like dignified rather than meaning. Mawson writes this. Okay, so now I'm going to look this dude up because I don't know who the fuck he is either. I swear to God, if this is another liberal dude. He's an expert of philosophy, of religion, and Edgar. Oh my God, get out of here, dude. Oxford is a member of both philosophy and theological facility. Okay, what is he? Tell Mawson the mystery of meaning of life and ministry. Okay, so what's his worldview? Okay, so he's not an atheist. I don't know what the hell.
that life
Okay, so this dude. So this is another problem. It's like I think that he's gonna try to take, because this dude's a Christian guy. I think this dude probably is giving a type of transcendental argument. And what he's going to do is he's going to try to insert himself in the place of God to make it make sense for him so he can use it in reality. So I don't think that... So let's
theist, take the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre.
Okay, so he did say theist.
Divergent existential needs than the theist, take the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. Sartre famously argued
I don't know
that
what
life
this
would
dude...
actually
I don't know what kind of dude this is, though. I think he's an atheist.
be more existentially fulfilling without God than with God.
Well, Emmett, this is what people do. This is what atheists do. They make a personal transcendental argument. Like, that's the thing, is that they make that.
He prized the ability that humans would have in an atheistic world to shape their own authentic selves through their choices, and thought this was only possible if God did not design a purpose for us. For him, he thought
Okay,
this
so
was a
wait.
world to shape.
So this dude's probably not a from what I'm listening to, he's probably not a Christian. He's probably just a deist, which is gay. Get off the fucking fence, you fairy bitch.
Their own authentic selves through their choices, and thought this was only possible if God did not design a purpose for us, through more existentially fulfilling without God than with God. He prized the ability that humans would have in an atheistic world to shape their own authentic selves through their choices, and thought this.
Okay, so he's like saying, like, it's pretty cool that those guys can just be so stupid that they can create, attempt to create their own meaning. Those guys are so dumb and innocent and gullible, or naive and gullible, that they could just do that shit. But he's taking it as like a Christian conceding to him. This is the bad faith that atheists are, dude. Like, I'm sorry, this is so bad faith, it's retarded.
Was only possible if God did not design a purpose for us. For him, if God existed, it would actually detract from our ability to live existentially fulfilled lives. This is another thing.
It wouldn't. Okay, so let me repeat that one more time.
If God did not design a purpose for us. For him, if God existed, it would actually detract from our ability to live existentially fulfilled lives. This is another thing that Mawson discusses in his book.
Okay, so this dude is not. He's not a Christian. I don't know why I was saying that he was a Christian when I Googled him. He's not a fucking Christian. He's a deist at best. He's a Platonist. And so, if God created us with a meaning, then that would mean we'd have no meaning? Like, what are you talking about, you stupid fuck? If God created us with a meaning, that would mean we'd have no meaning. What are you fucking talking about, you stupid dipshit? What? Like, are you literally retarded?
Now, I wouldn't go nearly as far as Sartre.
I would hope not. I would have fucking hoped you wouldn't go down that line of argumentation. That absolute fucking brain-melting slop that I just listened to for you a few seconds, that acting like it's some sort of concession for your worldview when this dude's not even a fucking Christian, dude. He's a deist. If he thinks that God created us with no meaning, then that would entail an unconscious God. So there's no fucking way that this dude's a Christian. And if he is the most bottom tier, low down, like there's no, I don't even know if I would call him. I would have to know his theology, like a little bit of his theology at least. And if this is the baseline to his theology, that's your interpretation of what his theology is and what he said in that book, that just sounds retarded, dude. That sounds stupid. That doesn't sound Christian. That sounds like progressive. Let's all be gay and butt fuck each other on the altar in church. Like that's what that sounds like to me. It sounds like a fucking absolute destruction of what Christianity would be, a complete oh my god.
I would instead just argue that some people probably lean more towards the Sartre camp and others more towards
2 Google plexes for saying he was a Christian. He deserves 10 kicks in the balls. Yes, I am. Oh, you were talking to him. After 2 Google plexes of slaps, I don't know if he would exist. He doesn't exist right now. I don't think that this dude could give me an argument that he exists. I could give him, a rough idea of an argument of how I exist, but I don't think he could actually explain how he exists beyond his perception. And that, within that, how can he perceive that I exist? He wouldn't be able to answer that. He might be able to say through his own personal experience that he exists, but he wouldn't be able to understand that I exist. And that I am rational and capable of thought.
Camp, and that I can't see a way of adjudicating between the two, apart from just to say that they have different psychological and philosophical needs, and thus different standards of livability. This is not to say that someone could not move from one camp to the other. I think this often probably does happen when someone either gains or loses their faith. There's no reason to suspect that someone's existential needs might stay the same across time. I just don't think that we can infer...
What are you talking about? Yes, yes, the Christian worldview would say that it would have to exist permanently from before time to now till after time. You're just asserting that time is a necessity for meaning now. Right? It's not. Just so you know. Like, what kind of, like, is he drunk? Do I need to start taking shots so that I could be on the same level as Thought Wave right now? I don't.
Much about atheism or theism as belief systems from this. We can just infer something about believers and non-believers and the kind of things that might fulfill or do not fulfill them. And it's not just Sartre. When polled, people tend to say that many different aspects of their life give them meaning, such as family and community and personal growth, as well as, yes, religious and spiritual traditions. Now,
Okay, this is just getting so gay. Like, we're gonna have to turn the speed up. Does my fucking playback speed work now? No. Playback speed still doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't work for me. Like, for some reason, I'm only limited to listening at 1x speed no matter what.
I don't actually place that much stock in this because I couldn't find studies that investigated the is that. I think it does give us some reason to weightings on those existential needs, but I don't think it's a slam dunk piece of evidence or any different weightings on those existential needs. Torture on the table,
we're skipping.
comforting, and others are disposed to find it terrifying. There is
Oh my God, we're still talking about feelings.
Of their life directly
still
from
feelings.
The existence of God.
This is the fucking. Oh my God, dude. No, still doesn't work. It just stays at 1x. I don't know why. For some reason, my YouTube just doesn't work anymore. I don't know why. Like, I could do this on my phone. I just can't do it on my computer for some reason. But, like, he's just prattling, dude. I feel like I'm watching whatever podcast right now. I feel like some chick with curly hair and a lamp in front of her door has just been talking about how how they should be able to fuck 20 dudes and feel good about it. Like, this is all that I feel like has happened so far.
Sense from our vantage point is just as good.
And I like how this big segment that's just the same length of the entirety of the first half is just him whining and crying and being a little baby bitch.
Even if that wasn't intended by the designer. It seems that subjective coherence can be just as motivating as argue that the same point. The former is not as necessary as the latter, or endorsing that predefined meaning from our standpoint.
Oh my God, dude.
Not, if I start giving...
It's just presupposing that individuals are the source of meaning.
Them this video final section. 4.
All right, so now 4. Can we have an argument?
I would make this argument.
How you would make this argument based on what? Feeling?
Not really a fan of saying where I disagree with an argument, and not saying at all how I would steelman it to start to get around my criticisms. So, here goes. As I said, my point of contention with Ortland's argument is its universality. The idea that atheism itself is unlivable. But I think that...
Yes, atheism from a universal standpoint is a... It is a force of destruction. It destroys everything that it comes in contact with. Any society where it becomes really rapidly prevalent, you make it an inherently selfish society, which destroys the entire fabric of what society is in itself. You can't even repopulate. You advocate for the mass abortions, which is essentially to me just killing children, and you advocate for more and more material wealth to an unnecessary level. I mean, even the poorest people in our nation live life like kings in comparison to other nations. A homeless dude on the street, the only reason his life sucks because the drugs that are allowed to be peddled in for pennies on the dollar so that he can slowly kill himself on the street. Like, the things that this ideology creates and affirms in reality is just absolute complete destruction. It's not, there's nothing that comes out of it besides degradation and destruction. There's nothing. You ought to live in a box anyways. Well, that is true. But a bit late. What up, cat? Hope you got plenty of rest. But you're at the end of my Spurge session. I'm slowly calming down now. But like I don't. I honestly wish, and this is the thing, right? I wish I could have conversation with the atheists. I really do. The only one that I can really is Shiva, and that's because Shiva's not stupid. It's just I honestly do think that he just has shit mixed up, and he's like an intelligent person that gets himself caught in a bunch of traps and just kind of continuously dances around in circles. Let's get fired back up. Well, maybe. It depends on what this dude says in the next fucking few minutes. This motherfucker. Oh my god, I hate this bitch.
Is a version of this argument that doesn't appeal to universality at all. I think it might go something like the following. It may be the case that you find atheism perfectly existentially acceptable. But there's good reason to think that if you value certain things like continued existence after death or a pre-existent purpose for your life, and the knowledge that a being of infinite significance loves you, then you might consider whether theism would make...
Okay, so let's go through this. It may be the case that you find atheism perfectly existentially acceptable, but there is good reason to think that if you value certain things like continued existence after death or pre-existent purpose for your life and the knowledge that a being of infinite significance loves you, then you might consider whether theism would make your life more meaningful than atheism. What is this? This is the gayest shit. This is okay. This is retarded. This is once again not an argument. This is personal feeling and emotional pleading. That's all this is. It's so fucking gay, right? This is so fucking retarded.
Make your life more meaningful than atheism. I think this is a stronger argument for a number of reasons. The first is that it doesn't claim that atheism itself is unlivable, but just that...
Why? Why can't you talk about anything but feeling? Can you give me a justification for your worldview? Could you at least explain to me why I should accept your feelings about something? Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you please do it, you sick fuck? You absolutely demented serial killer bitch. You motherfucker. There's no way that you put a lamp in front of the door like that without being somebody that is like you're in the middle. Okay, I can't.
Theism may be more livable.
Can't say that.
The second is that it doesn't rely on universal scope, but at the same time references things an atheist could plausibly value. Hell, I would like more quantity of existence than this life will provide, and it would be nice to think that an infinite being loves me. And the third...
Oh, it'd be nice. That would give my life meaning, is that it would feel nice. What are you talking about?
Is that I think it can still serve the role of arguing that theism may be, on balance, at least a more straightforwardly existentially comforting view than atheism for some people. We could extend this argument further if we want to.
I can't do this anymore. I can't do it.
Conclusion than originally proposed. Instead of arguing that non-belief is unlivable, we would now be arguing that religion is a tried and tested, but not infallible, means to attaining existential fulfillment.
I can't fucking do it, dude. I can't do it. He's put me through almost 20 minutes of his fucking diary pages, dude. He's just been reading his diary this whole fucking time. That's all that's happened is he doesn't like I feel like I feel like I've just walked into a room, found a fucking 12-year-old girl's diary, and I've been flipping through it at this point. Like, I feel disgusting. I feel weird, man. Why was I sitting here reading this little girl's diary? This doesn't make any sense. I should have just put the diary back. I shouldn't have done it. Okay? We shouldn't have been reading this little 12-year-old girl's diary. Oh my god, dude. I hate this motherfucker. Fuck you, by the way. But fuck you. I'm done with you. Get away from me. I'm throwing you in the fucking trash can now. Like, I was able to engage with Gavin Ortland's argument because he made one. I could think about it and point out the parts that I agreed and disagreed with. That was just listening to him fucking cry, dude. He was just crying. He was having a little. He was like, "What are we talking about?" And now it's recommended me another video that he made about 20 hours ago. Critical thinking is dead. Yeah, critical thinking is dead. You're proof of it, you stupid bitch. Oh my god. I need to do other things right now. Let's see what I have. Let's see what I have. I have a lot of shorts I could flip through, but like I don't. I'm actually pissed off, so I'm not going to be able to like give any sort of comedic relief at this point. Like I'm just mad. I'm just angry. All right, we'll do. Oh, fuck it, we'll just do it. I don't care. I need to do something different. I don't even know how I'm gonna get this to work. There's a lot like copyrighted music and shit and some of them. It don't matter. I'm not monetized.
Oh my god, what are you doing?
Oh my god, Jesus Christ, fucking loud as fuck. How do I just get rid of this? I guess I just do full screen. Isn't even gonna show it yet. Okay, well, look at this shit. So I was flipping. Okay. This is what my shorts are like, man. I can't help it.
God, what are you doing?
I guess we were trying to stab you in the heart.
What? Why? Do you not?
This is what I feel like every time that I watch the Whatever podcast. This is what I see when I watch the Whatever podcast.
Like me?
No, we don't. No, you're evil.
Yeah,
Absolutely
you're the daughter
not.
of Satan.
You think I'm evil? You've misunderstood me.
Wait. Are you saying that you didn't suck the boss's life out of him and put him into a scary coma so you could take over the business and give it all to Satan?
No, I did do all of that, but you didn't have to be so nasty about
Yeah. Yeah. So, oh shit. What is this? I can't play that. It's got copyright music on it. This is just base shit, though. That's not really funny stuff.
Where you going?
This is actually the most chaotic scene, and I've lived this type of life, okay? And I'm just gonna say that this shit right here is the most real shit I've ever seen in my life.
This is the house. That's the door to go in the house. If I'm walking towards that door, I'm going inside the house.
Based, like, obvious, true. Now, this is my kid right here. This is my daughter right now. This is the type of shit she does, right?
What?
I need to be honest with you.
This shit right here is funny as fuck. Like, this is some shit that, like my cousin. This is shit like not my cousin, but just people I used to know. This is the type of shit that they would do to cops, just fucking with them.
And honest with you, dude.
Which isn't smart. Don't do this.
This is gonna go a lot easier if you're honest.
And I will, yeah, dude.
Yeah. What are you on right now, man?
cloud nine? What?
Cloud
nine?
No, what are you on right now? You
One?
gotta be honest.
I'm on one, dude.
Hell yeah, brother. I'm on one as well. You know what? I got 2 shots of Fireball. I'm gonna get on one right now. Fuck it. Let's do it. I actually opened the... Fuck it. I actually am doing it. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Fuck. Oh, god damn. Shit. That was rough. But hey, I didn't cough. And I didn't chase it with anything, so give fucked. I don't know why I did that. That was stupid. See, this is how men work, okay? You say a phrase. You say a phrase, guess what? There's going to be a shot had.
Stop fucking around. What are you on right now, man? You said you're gonna be
TikTok,
honest.
what? Instagram.
And I will say this, that's the first shot I've had in like fucking, dude, it had to have been October. I don't think I've had any shots since October. That's crazy. That's not the longest I've ever gone without drinking or without taking shots. I did drink in between that now. But shit, dude.
All of them. I'm on all of them.
I'm not talking about your ads. Drugs.
Oh, God. Drugs, man.
Sure, if you got some.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, I'm down. You guys partying? Yeah,
Sir,
dude.
step out of the car.
Yo, I cannot wait for...
Okay, so... Oh, man. That was brutal. I'm gonna have to drink something now. But, okay, so this is... I think I'm 30, right? I'm almost 33. I'm reaching... I'm approaching middle age, right? So now I'm starting to find shit like this funny.
That hangover I'm gonna have tomorrow, that's just gonna ruin my entire weekend. Those are the best.
Those are awesome, man. I love having one night where I'm deathly sick for the entirety of the weekend. It's awesome, dude.
I love them, dude. Bro, I just remembered we get to spend $60 on an Uber to the bar later.
Hell yeah, man. I love spending $60 on fucking nothing.
Go. Wait a sec, you got 6 of these for $12? Why don't we just go somewhere else and get one of these for $12?
Hell yeah, man. Fuck it. Let's do it.
Dude, that is such
like, Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord. Okay, so, yeah. This is what happens when you get older. You begin to see how logically inconsistent it is to... Okay, I'm just being too real. This is stupid.
Good idea. All right, let's do it. I cannot wait for these white shoes to get stomped on tonight.
Hell yeah, brother. I love wearing white shoes in a public bar at a concert. I've never been to a concert, but I assume wearing white shoes at a concert is probably a bad idea, too. But...
What if we just have this exact same conversation, but we go somewhere where the music's so loud that we have to scream into each other's ears, and we still won't be able to hear each other?
Exactly. Based.
No, I wasn't, bitch! No, you fucking...
Okay, so... yeah. I mean, like, let's be real here. The only reason that men deal with all of that shit is just because there's women there. That's the only reason. I don't think it has anything to do with youth or anything. It's just there's women there. That's all. That's the only reason. If there were no women at these bars, at best, people would just go there to be depressed at the bar.
Yell at it like that, you prick!
Shit, you fat ass, Ravy! I can't buy a pack of smokes without running into 9 guys, you fuck! Cheers, dude. Dude, these beers are ice cold.
I don't...
Oh my god, they're cold.
Okay, so, okay. So, look, I forgot that was there, okay? Sometimes you just see something that's really funny, and it's just like, wow, that was based as fuck. And, oh my god, okay. Moving on.
Ice cold?
What was this? Oh, I remember this. This is me, right? This is me when I'm this friend, okay?
Ice cold. Oh my god, they're cold. Ice cold? Not so sure about that. I've had colder. They're refreshing, though. I'll give you that.
They do hit the spot.
They hit, for sure. The spot?
No.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. They hit. They're not finding the spot, though. They're hitting something.
True. See, this is exactly how I am.
Spot, isn't it?
All right. I think, okay, we're going to skip that one. All right, they're going to skip that one, too. What the fuck is this? Okay, so we'll just pause it, because I think it's basically just a picture. A roach is afraid of a rat is afraid of a cat is afraid of a dog is afraid of a man is afraid of a woman is afraid of a roach. It all comes together, yeah. I see it.
Are you a man in your 20s but
I don't know why.
To dress?
Let's be real, I was probably really delirious and tired when I was at work. All these shorts are from when I'm at work. I'm glad the last time I went to a bar was like 10 years ago at this point. Yeah, I haven't been to a bar in a long time. I don't even remember, really. If women didn't have that between their legs, there would be a bounty on their heads. Okay, that's I don't know if I agree with that, but okay, I count on two hands the number of times I've been at a bar. Yeah, bars are gay. They're just expensive for no reason. Don't get me wrong, 90% of the time I was shit-faced at home. Fuck, 10 years ago, that wasn't a day. I was... Yeah, well, they scammed you, Voltaire, sorry. Never got shit-faced at a bar. Yeah, I would never... I would say I would never get shit-faced at a bar. That's not true. I have before. It's not recommended to do that. I've gotten... Because, especially with someone like me, like, if I drink that much, I'm going to get into an argument. And that fucking... Damn, it's been so long since I had a shot at anything. That shit hit me pretty hard. What the hell is this?
Still got loads of entrenched homophobia. Are you a man?
This is the way that all men should dress, right? This is the only good way for men to dress.
In your 20s but don't know how to dress. Still got loads of entrenched homophobia, so scared if you do try and...
Well, homophobia is kind of bad. Well, homophobia is the fear. No, I'm not homophobic. I just don't like them.
Anything fashionable, you'll be called gay. Why not try?
Well, you know, if you're wearing more than a t-shirt and blue jeans, you are kind of gay.
An overshirt.
See, overshirt is a little bit extravagant, right? You should only be wearing that at weddings and funerals. I don't know why this man is putting on this overshirt. He's walking down the street right now, like I don't understand what his intention is when he's out in public like this.
Wearing an overshirt means you literally never have to put any effort into how you dress ever again.
I mean, no effort, please. That's a lot of effort. An overshirt, no. An overshirt's for special occasions only. You know, if you have a anniversary or something come up, then just wear an overshirt. That's fine. But don't wear one all the time. You're trying to come off as like a pompous asshole if you're wearing an overshirt all the time. Come on now.
It's got the full spectrum of colours, from sky blue all the way to navy.
Hey, nice overshirt, dude. Thanks. Nice overshirt to you too. Since wearing an...
Oh, you're complimenting a man on his overshirt in the middle of a fucking store? That's pretty gay.
overshirt, I've had women say I look good, and blokes haven't called me a wanker.
They come in...
Well, I mean... Okay, that's not logically... Okay, so... I'm thinking too much.
On and off.
I can even button it up.
Whoa, whoa, whoa there, man. Never...
Yeah, don't... What the fuck are you doing? Don't ever button that shit up. What are you at a military funeral? You gotta be super like official at this point. You gotta button that shit up. First of all, not only should you not button it up because that's way too like formal for almost any occasion besides like a military funeral or maybe your wife died or something or your kid is dead. Unless one of those three things has happened, you should never button up your shirt. And second of all, hold on, the shots making me forget what I was saying. Second of all, Shit, what was I saying? Oh, well, it's gone. So first of all, don't button it up. That's too fancy. Second of all, like, oh, yeah, I know. I remember. Second of all, that shit's dangerous. Like, because if you give so much of a fuck that you got to pay attention to what button you're buttoning, I think you're kind of gay. But within that ideology, right, it's dangerous because you could accidentally misbutton your shirt, and then that's going to make you look like a retard. So this is the gay retard. This is the gay retard dichotomy, right? You're either one or the other, generally speaking, or you're just a perfect human being. Which, come on, nobody's perfect. You're going to miss that button.
Button it up without supervision. Wait for a girlfriend, female colleague, or gay friend to teach you.
Okay, don't wait for a gay friend. Gay friends don't exist. A colleague at work, that's a little bit personal, dude. Okay, girlfriend, not quite there. Wait till married before you let a woman button up your shirt.
I bought an overshirt on every hinge date I've ever been on. Thanks, overshirt.
Overshirts. Fashion that women accept and men don't notice.
Okay, this is something... I'm not going to listen to that right now.
My mom told me it was big.
Alright, so this is... I think that this right here really perfectly speaks to the state of relationships in Western society right now.
My mom told me it was wiggling, not raining. My mom said it is raining. It's wiggling outside, Macy. Mommy it's raining. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, you're pretty. And you're not real. I'm real.
Based, you're not real, I'm real. That's perfectly, you know, that I go up to people constantly saying this, I'm a real one. You ain't even real, bitch. You know, that's what I say constantly. Get the hell out of my face, you fake ass bitch.
That's raining. Ow. It's raining. It's okay. It's raining. You broke my heart. It's okay.
And look, he's just being real, right? She poked him in his heart. That's fucked up. All right, you can't do that shit. That's a step over the line. And this is something that consistently happens within modern relationships. Men keep getting poked in the heart, and then another woman will try to say, no, it's okay, you can get poked in the heart. And then it's not okay. It's not okay. All right? It's never okay.
He poked my heart. Yeah. He poked my heart.
And it's fucked up, man. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with giving a reason, but you want an overshirt so rare. Women see you doing it. She knows. Put the good music on. Making myself look like a retard is a pastime event for me. Yeah, I mean, I just like being. I wish I was retarded. That's the whole point.
Oh, I feel
What is
awful.
this?
Yeah, you were super drunk last night.
What? I don't remember anything.
Jake, you literally walked in, fell on the coffee table, and almost broke it in half. You dented our front door, and you ripped off the handle to the bathroom.
Oh my god.
Hey, sounds like a good night to me. Sounds like that was an awesome night. Sounds like a perfectly fine night.
God.
Yeah.
Why are you in such a good mood?
Well, you also vomited on yourself.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of happens.
Yeah, so when I was trying to help you get your new clothes on,
Yeah.
you smacked my hand out of the way and said, "Get away from me, I have a wife."
Based. Get that. Don't let that fucking harlot touch you. You're married. You're spoken for, right? The fuck out my face, woman. I got a wife at home.
You just said Arnold Schwarzenegger. Everyone.
Oh,
heard that,
well,
right?
shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, whoa. Okay, we can't do that. Oh, Lord. That was a mistake. Whoopsie. She's a good woman. You both would get along. Hell, you both like most of the same shit. So I am, but I look what I've accomplished. So am I. So look at it. Yeah, I agree. I wish I could be retarded, but I can't be. It's impossible for me. I never got along with a woman a day in my life. That's not true. Well, maybe it is true. What the fuck is going on with this short? This one shot's really fucked me up. We might have to take a second shot to balance it out. But that's the only other shot that I have. How loyal when you are in a relationship? Me, whenever a girl that's not my girlfriend tries to talk to me. Okay. Based. Okay. Next one. Okay, I don't know what the hell this is about. I don't like it.
Hey! It's okay! It's okay! Calm down!
This is, yeah, I remember
I'll
this.
come get you! It's okay! You're safe! You're safe! Nope!
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, it's your moral imperative to actually try to save a woman when she's in trouble. Or it's your duty to do that, at least. But when you see that kind of shit, there's nothing that could ever convince me to fulfill that duty. Ever.
Oh, God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Hey, you...
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Pause. What the fuck was going on today? Or the other day? What happened? What was what kind of, what was happening? I don't even remember this. We're skipping it.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't, what is this?
Okay, pretend I'm not me and I'm a random girl and I'm a girl at a party and I come up to you. Hey, how are you? What's your name?
What are we gonna do?
I'm a random girl, I'm not me.
Get fucked. Exactly, based. Like, what were you expecting exactly there? You created a scenario in which this would occur. That's on you. So first of all, you can't be mad at him for doing that. You put him in a situation where he had to do that. That's required. Get the fuck away from me, you whore. Spit. That's what you do. Don't touch me. I'm married. Like, she really fucked herself on that one. What the hell is this? Oh, shit! Jesus Christ, dude. Skipping that.
No, it looks like someone got pushed into the ground by their dog with a ball. That really sucks, doesn't it?
I know why I like this. I was like, this reminds me of Cat. That's why. This I was like, oh shit. Like when I imagine this is just what I imagine Cat going through constantly.
No, it looks like someone got pushed into the ground by their dog with a ball. That really sucks, doesn't it?
Oh, that is, and speaking of which, there's the goat. Or the fucking goat. The lamb. Fuck you, Voltaire. And this I thought was funny, because this is what, like, this is how, like, most men talk to women. Is crazy.
You wear thong underpants? Do you want us to take our shirts off? What color bra are you wearing? Is your mom hot too? Are you into me? Where do you live? What color car do you have? Where do you live? What's your address? You want us to come over? Do you like pizza?
So this is there's somebody on JS's Discord, Chuck. Chuck, this is what Chuck does. All right.
How many patients have you been able to
Oh, this okay. We're going down like almost a week now. This is just base. This is just fucking hilarious.
so far?
I would say one.
How many people have I cured? Well,
Not a goddamn one, you stupid fuck. Next. All right, I'm scared. I don't want to see that.
Oh, fuck, they hit too? Here we go.
All right, so this is me. This is me during the holidays, right?
Hey, you playing bingo with those arms? Jeez, you ever heard of a gym?
All right, guys, come in. We're doing the gift exchange.
Oh, sour Skittles, thanks, Uncle Polly. No problem.
Hell yeah, and look, this is the thing, right? Buying candy for a toddler, easiest fucking gift you can get. It's so easy. Just buy a big bag of Skittles for like $4 or $5. They're gonna love that shit. Don't even worry about it. Kids are super easy to buy gifts for. They love candy. All of them love candy. Just buy them candy.
You know, Paul, we really don't like him having sugar. You're lucky I got the kid anything.
And also, yes, for those stupid fucks who say, look, I really wish you'd buy them something else besides a gigantic amount of candy. And, because, you know, I don't like my kid eating a lot of sugar. I'm like, how about you go fuck yourself? I didn't have to buy this. Huh? Fuck you. Take the gift or shut the fuck up. I don't care how you distribute the candy. I gave the gift of the candy.
Oh, fuck. Will someone go wake him up? You touch me and I'll fucking throat kick you.
Exactly. Don't fucking wake somebody up when they're sleeping on the couch. This is the dream right here. Going to a holiday celebration, just sleeping on the couch. Look at the front doors cracked a little bit open there. There's a little bit of a cool breeze blowing on you. Like, this is perfect. This is the perfect scenario. Oh, there's the sheep again. They're little Diogenes right there.
First, draw a little loop that
What
hooks
the hell
back
is this?
to a little loop.
I'm kind of scared now because we're in uncharted territory at this point. This is the sheep again. This is sheeps again. What the hell is this? Okay, so look. Okay, well, this is gonna have to be the last one. I don't know what the hell kind of depths we're about to go into my some shorts like history now. This is the last one, and I'm probably gonna go to sleep. That men only want one thing.
How much to tell me you appreciate the sacrifices I make for the family?
$500.
Last month it was 100.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it steadily does get more expensive.
inflation.
Hurry it up! My wife thinks I'm getting toilet paper.
Yeah, so does mine. You're not special.
That's what she says.
Yeah, get fucked. You're not special, actually. Go fuck yourself.
I appreciate all the sacrifices you make for your family.
Oh, God, thank you. Thank you.
And you know, I think the reason why I like this is because I do ultimately think that this is kind of what the hole that pornography fills for a lot of men. I don't think that, and maybe I'm biased because I just don't think that way. I don't think that men actually go and use pornography for the sake of just pure sexual satisfaction. I think they do it because they want somebody. Like they want somebody to give a shit about them. Now a lot of men, some of them, you know, are married and do that shit. They're just pieces of shit though. I don't think they're any better than somebody who I think it's borderline the same thing as cheating on somebody. But anyways, that's all the shorts I got. See if I can find one more thing, because I'm still like wide awake because of that shot now. Oh, I had a few more. Nah, they're not that good though. But yeah, ultimately, though, this is the way that I think about it too. I don't think that anybody should be thanking you, you useless sack of shit. You do what you're supposed to do. You do your duty. You go, you wake up, you take out the trash, you buy the fucking tampons, you go to church, you do all those things. Quit fucking whining, you fucking bitch. Let's see. What the fuck is this? I'm not watching that. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? There's like literally nothing to respond to right now. Whatever. I guess it's a good enough thing. I guess I'm probably just gonna go to sleep. I probably should anyways. Like, what time is it? 7? Yeah, I gotta go to sleep within an hour or two. Well, I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna go ponder life decisions while staring at the ceiling for probably about 30 minutes before I finally fall asleep. And then I'll wake up wondering what the meaning of life is, and then realize, oh yeah, I'm a Christian now. I don't have to think about that. Fuck atheists. Go fuck yourselves. You guys don't make any arguments. You're all bitches. Alright, you guys have a good one.